Hello, everyone. Welcome to episode 13 of Materia. Thank you for coming to join us on Life of Dice. Um, let's just hop right on into it, I guess. Anyone want to do a recap?
We got bent over backwards.
Yeah,
that sums it
no,
up.
pretty much. Yeah, that's what happened last session. So, y'all entered the cave of the Threadweaver. We're met with a couple obstacles along the way. Some falling rocks, some basic things that you had to traverse, holes in the ground, descents, exploding runes, a pool of water with various little devices in that electrified, heated them, and a gate outside of the Threadweaver's chambers that did not want you to go in, carved with the face of Malor, the god of creation, and protected by some sort of barrier. You busted that bitch down, hopped on in, and fought the Threadweaver and various little puppets controlled by the Threadweaver. Some dead bodies that were strung up and puppeted along as well. Got real dicey. In the literal and figurative sense, it came down to 2 nat 20 death saving throws to pop back up. A showdown between the Threadweaver and Sebastian 1v1ing. Luckily, all of the lightweight handled, just the two. Only one ability on a recharge that could have possibly gotten Sebastian didn't roll what was needed to roll to get it back. Sebastian was able to take down the Threadweaver using the puzzle box and sending their soul elsewhere to Ishix's dungeon, presumably. We pick up now here in the chamber. You have around you your comrades in various stages of... Well, I guess everyone's unconscious except for you still, right?
Yeah.
So everyone around you is unconscious. You see threads that were writhing around, piercing through their skins in various areas, underneath, like veins running through them. Those have all gone limp now, and there's just a pile of yarn on the ground, essentially. You see the bookshelf where Ilios is next to as well. I say bookshelf, scroll containing device, shelf works still. I don't know. There's scrolls there. A lot of scrolls. Some of those gathered around. You see the dais in the middle where all the threads lead to, and 4 candles flicker in the light. Sebastian, what's up?
Sebastian would start off by frantically running to Ilios and Damon and checking to see if they're alive.
As you do a pulse check, everyone is stabilized, if not looking the best.
Sebastian is gonna just do his best to clean everybody up and try to get all the yarn away from one corner and bring everybody over to that corner. It's probably going to take him a while. He's absolutely exhausted. He is then probably going to sit right next to them and just try to weakly stay awake, exhausted, making sure everybody else is protected until everybody else starts waking up.
Sebastian, also, you can take a short rest, and in that time, everyone else will start to kind of come to consciousness at 1 HP. Or whatever they're at. Well, yeah, no one got brought up 1 HP, yeah.
I think it's because we leveled up everyone's HP increase.
Yeah, that threw me off. No. remove your health.
Remove it.
Remove your health.
Yeah, everyone starts to come back to consciousness throughout the next hour or so. You find yourself on the floor.
Did we win?
Yes, yeah. We're alive. I'm sorry, Damon. I killed her. You see, Sebastian just like kneeled down and holding his knees.
I think Damon's going to walk up and kind of place his hand on like the back of your neck and just kind of forehead to forehead. Through whatever illusion you currently have up, he probably like foreheads like the metal of your helmet, and he doesn't care. He just holds it there and he's, "Oh, I'm sorry." And then he's gonna try to like to stand up fully, because like I imagine like after hours of just like he feels stiff after a near-death experience. He's gonna try and stand up and kind of work with the kinks out.
No one died, right? Well, is Nevin awake?
Yeah.
Are you okay, Nevin? I'm sorry. I had to knock you down. I couldn't fight both of you.
No, it's fine. But you notice that she has a sour look on her face. Not necessarily towards you, but the permanent smirk is not here right now.
It's okay, she stabbed me, so I can count that as fair play.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm just gonna lie here for a second. He just has a move just laying like Family Guy laying on the floor. Yeah.
I had to reach back for that one, but once it hit, I knew exactly what you meant.
I think Damon's just gonna like be idly walking around trying to get some blood flow back. And he's gonna walk his way over to this thing. Is that still there? The little remnant of the Threadweaver?
Kind of. It's certainly worse for wear. It's poked full of holes. It looks like a deflated sack at this point, but it's laying on the ground amidst the other thread.
Damon's gonna pick it up. Is it like attached to this is you said it was like one bit of thread that had blown up as like a balloon. Is there multiple threads coming out of it, or it's just like a singular?
It's like a thread, but like woven together, like strand, I guess is the word I want there. Like a strand of it that's kind of engorged.
Alright. Damon's going to like grab the two bits of thread on either side, just like it's going to approximate where he thinks this thing ends and like the actual rope begins. Cut it off, and just pocket the sack portion of it.
Yeah, very easily done.
Would you guys like to take a rest? I know you guys just got up, but I'm pretty tuckered out. I was watching to make sure nothing hurt us.
Yeah, we're very worse for wear, so I don't think it's a question of if we want to. I think we more so need to.
Yes.
Sounds good to me. I think Helios has already passed back out.
Yeah, he's gone.
That's why his toe gets a little crooked. Like, yeah, y'all could definitely take a long rest down here. Despite the fact that it's like a little early in the day, you've been so thoroughly trounced that your bodies are ready to give up at any moment now. So is everyone just kind of laying on the ground in various areas and passing the fuck out?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Sebastian's not even gonna move.
Yeah, fair enough. Y'all just go slumpy. Everyone sleeps. Nothing had cost you this night. Deep down here in this chamber, the Threadweaver's threat seems no more. And you're able to, I'd say you probably get a good like 10 hours in.
Question about the centerpiece of, you said it's obviously like a race platform. Are all the threads just lying on top of it, or do they go underneath it? Like they're
They go
slipping
underneath
into
it.
something. Well, I think everyone would wake up to the sounds of Damon trying to pop this thing open.
Yeah. Everyone's eyes start to kind of open a little bit. The hardiest of the crew here only needing a mere 9 hours of recuperation time versus everyone else's 10, goes to the center there and starts working away, trying to like lift this dais. Go ahead and roll me a strength check.
Absolutely. Wow. Wow. I mean,
You know, Damon,
I
it's
nearly
not
just died.
it's not that, you know, there could be something to this, what you're doing right now. It's just heavy. It's just real heavy. And you're tired. You're real tired. Maybe you did need that 1 extra hour after all.
I think like Damon like starts to do it and like realizes his muscles are giving out on him, and he like looks to the rest of the group who are coming too. That kind of like acts like he wasn't like trying to lift it and failed.
Do you need some help there, Damon?
Yeah.
Nevin will mosey on over and try her best to help.
I will say this too. The issue, and Damon, you were strong enough, you could have simply like lift. It's not like a lid, though. It's like in the ground.
Okay.
So it's not like a lid you're picking up or anything.
Much like Damon, kind of in general, it wasn't a strict that was the issue. It was the actual thought process behind the idea. It was flawed from the beginning.
It could have happened if you had rolled like pretty well. You just would have ripped the stone, but
Sebastian will start looking around at these parchments. Or just basically looking around this room to look for anything that would have been kept in here.
Let's start with Nevin. Are you going to do anything about the center dais?
Nevin's going to kind of like use her Eldritch Blast to kind of like weaken it a little bit, just to give Damon a little bit more of a handle on it.
You just shoot it into the sides. Pop, 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 pop. You see chunks of stone blowing away. Damon, if you'd like to try to pick it up again, and then we'll get to you investigating the room there, Sebastian.
16, which is better, but still atrocious.
16. With Nevin's assistance, like blowing chunks of stone away, you're able to like lift. You create your own lid essentially. And as the stone rips away and like little bits of it fall, you see in the center, kind of like curled up a bit, a figure, a skeleton, a body of time long past, buried not quite deep enough, but withered, nothing but bones left, and a pile of thread that has kind of interwoven around it. Though on its decayed corpse, you see two very, very distinct things that have not decayed at all. The first being a chiton, like the robes you guys, many of you wear. It looks incredible, insane beyond anything you've probably ever seen before. It's iridescent, like the pattern on it looks like a galaxy starlight energy. It seems ethereal in nature, and it's still adorned in wearing this. The second is you see a circlet around the head. The band itself, the metals of it have decayed and kind of rusted, corroded over time. But in the center, there is a gem, probably about that size, that is almost blinding as you pull open this thing. It's so bright.
Fuck.
How deep is it?
It's probably about 4 feet deep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Nevin's gonna reach in there and kind of pull the whole corpse out.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, you pull it out. A lot of it kind of like the bones kind of crumple away, the things that are not being held together by the thread or like the clothes that it's wearing. But you get about 2/3 of a body out, clothed, and with this accoutrement. The gem almost lights up the space. It's so like radiant.
what is the gem like colored, or is it just like a clear kind of color that's just illuminating the?
It's like the purest form of illumination you can imagine. Almost hard to describe with mortal words. It's like a white light. Seems almost divine in nature.
Okay. Nevin's going to use her free cast of Identify on the gem.
Yeah, use your free cast to Identify on the gem. This gem is not a magic item per se.
Okay.
It holds some sort of pure, in its purest form, divine energy.
Okay.
Some form of pure divine energy is within this gem. You could release it if you wished.
Nevin's going to look to Damon first. I can't really get a read on it. Should I take a closer look?
Oh, I've had what I think is a smart idea, but Damon's dumb.
Damon's
Fuck.
not dumb.
Damon's -1 dumb. Damon's wise, but he's like, he ain't good at putting 2 and 2 together. Could I make a roll for Damon, whatever that might be, to like try to gleam an insight to this thing as much as Nevin has? Like the fact that it's divine, it seems to be holding some sort of essence.
I think you could tell it radiates with the divine light just by looking at it. That much is available for any to see. The fact that the gem itself is very fragile and the thing within it is very powerful and it could be released at a whim, that's something Nevin only understands by casting Identify.
Alright, makes sense.
All right. Seeing that Damon's kind of like hesitant, she's gonna flick her nail across her palm. Blood's gonna seep out, and she's gonna cast Mage Hand, and she's gonna use it to pull the gem out.
While we contemplate on that, let's move back to Sebastian for a moment.
Mhm.
And Elios, I assume this probably interests you as well.
Yeah. They're doing their own thing. He's just watching.
Yeah. So as you kind of look around the room at these scrolls on the ground, you notice the ones on the ground. All of these are written in a very, very messy hand. Looks like what once used to be an ornate script has become very rushed, kind of cramped, all the letters together, as someone's writing them like furiously. You do see every single parchment here is signed at the end by the name Corinthia. I can drop that name in chat as well.
Mhm.
That in Corinthia. You take some time to look at this while the others are unearthing the body there. Just a quick cursory glance, it seems most of the musings here in these writings are talking about the strands of fate in some way or another. You see the name Inera, which is the original goddess of fate who no longer exists, come up quite a few times. And I say just a quick cursory glance, that's all you're going to get in the time that it's taken them to like dig up.
Yep.
You see most of this is involved with fate in some way.
Okay. Sebastian would probably ask Elios. Elios, have you ever heard of Corinthia?
Have I ever heard of Corinthia?
I'm gonna say I don't think so.
No, I have not.
Perhaps you would be more keen to look into these. They seem to be written by Corinthia, on threads of fate. Feel like that would be more up your alley with life and death.
Life, death, fate. It all goes hand in
Mhm,
hand, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Do you have anything to pack them in? Maybe we could just take all of it.
How fragile do these pages look?
They're old, they're weathered,
Mhm.
but they're not going to disintegrate on touch or anything
Okay.
like that. I will say that you can see there is an entire like wall full of scrolls though. You would all have to take a considerable amount if your goal was to carry all of them out of here. Not that you
Okay.
couldn't, but you would all be really
Yeah.
loaded up on scrolls.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, we could A, take all of these scrolls, or B, skim them and look for important ones. Which would you rather do?
Do you do reading often?
I barely read. They're not going to be for me. They're going to be for you.
Yes, they're for me. I'm basically asking, do you know what to look for and trying to find text that's like important?
Not really. I mean, mentions of gods would probably be my criteria.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. All right. Well, then we could try to get this done.
These ones seem to be on the thread of fate. Is there any topics of interest that you would particularly want me to look out for?
Well, I mean, anything on Lotus or Life and Death and anything around that region of topic is pretty interesting to me. To be... Strings of Fate, also pretty interesting.
Okay, yes. Sebastian will, at the mention of that, start like more intently reading through these scrolls, and pretty much he's going to be skimming them, specifically looking for anything to do with his bestie for the bestie, and reading those parts if there are any, and then if any mention of gods or fate or life and death, he's going to start sorting them
Okay.
into like a keep and toss pile.
How about Nevin and Dingman? While they are like, okay, let's get bookish. What are you doing? Because that'll take a little bit of time.
Emma can't read, so he's very much more interested in the shiny diamond than the
Mhm.
parchments.
Hmm. Yeah,
I
Nevin's
think
kind of
Nevin's-
Nevin's kind of just examining it with the mage hand. She like uses it to bring it closer just to see if she can gain any other insight to it.
It's hard just looking at it, getting a kind of read on it. I will say something though, as you are in the presence of it longer, Sebastian, something about it you just don't like.
The gem.
The gem.
Uh,
Something about it you feel just in the back of your head, like, I don't like this. And it's not like an overwhelming or all-encompassing, consuming feeling, but it's there.
okay. At that, if it's at the back of his head and he kind of just has an aversion to it, he'll stop what he's doing and then try to ask Istrix what this is.
As you call out to Istrix, you hear in your head, oh, I don't have the faintest idea what that one is. Why don't you investigate, figure it out? Might have power. It could have something grand. It could be terrible. I have no idea. Not the foggiest, not the faintest.
Okay. I mean, yeah. Well, I'll definitely look into it for you. Something's not sitting right with me. I thought it might be you saying it, but yes, I will. I'll look into it right away.
The odd thing is, Sebastian, it does kind of feel like it's Istrix is feeling that doesn't like this. Like the magic coming from your box.
Okay.
Do you talk out loud when you talk to her?
No.
Okay.
This is in Sebastian's head.
Okay. Just like the slow head.
Okay. At that, Sebastian is going to ask. He'll be like, "Give me 1 minute, Elias. I need to test something real
What?
quick over here. With there's something about that gem that it's weird. It's a weird feeling." And then Sebastian's going to start to approach it. What happens as he gets closer to it?
Nothing particularly.
Okay, he's gonna take the box out, and what happens as he moves the box closer to it.
That's interesting. I think as you move the box closer to it, it starts to reconfigure itself as if it wants to consume it.
He will quickly pull the box away. Yes. My box seems to want to eat that gem. If you guys want it, I will move away. But if nobody wants it in particular, I would much like my box to eat that gem.
I don't know what it does, and if Nevin can't figure out what it does, I'm all for giving it to the box.
We can do that. That being said, I am curious to learn more about it, so I've been blown up a couple of times yesterday, so what's one more? And she's gonna poke it with her actual finger.
You actually poke it.
Mhm.
As you poke it, it doesn't shatter just yet. Like it's that fragile that like just a poke will like shatter it, but you see a hairline fracture appear before it and a bit of energy radiating out, and you just kind of feel the divine energy like pulsate through the room. Again, your box seems angry at this. It does not like it. Sebastian. Nevin, just touching isn't enough to release what is inside. You feel you could crush it. You could, if that is your desire to do so, you very may well do so. But just touching it, you get this feeling that the energy pours out, and it could be yours if you wanted it. If you felt that it resonated with you.
Okay.
Ilios, is that someone's soul?
I'd have to get a closer look. It's kind of annoyingly bright there. It's usually easier to look at. I don't know. Could I examine this? Could I try to think of what this possibly could be, or is it just pure, like, divine power?
Just looking at it, I don't think you're going to get much more than what Nevin has gleaned so far.
Okay.
Well, tell you what. I can open it, see what happens, and I can stand next to Sebastian. If the box is drawn to it, maybe it'll absorb it. Do we want to try that? Or...
Fine with that.
But is there a chance the box might destroy it?
It's possible.
It wants to eat it. Does it want to absorb it? I don't know how your box works.
My box, I don't know how my box works. My box, I solve it, and I do things with it, and it takes people's souls and send them to Asterix.
Does it?
Yes. That's when I said it. How many of these people could I send to Istrix, the Fungin? That's what's happening.
All right. I don't know. I could go either way. I don't know what we're dealing with. If you just
I'm
want
more
to
inclined.
shatter it or feed it to the box.
I don't want to feed it to the box. I think I'm more inclined to
I
keep
really
the
want to
box.
feed it to the box, but if you guys really don't want it, Istrix is gonna be mad at me. But that's okay.
Nevin, just release it. See what it does.
As your DM, before you do so, just so you have all the cards on the table, because the timing has been off of the like investigation team and the gym team, essentially,
Mm-hmm.
there may be clues around that you could find. It is not a thing I put here that's like smash it or don't.
Yeah. Okay.
Guys, I've had a really great idea. Why don't we do a little bit more looking around to see if we can find any clues on what this thing is?
Yeah, that's very fair. Sebastian will go start searching through the scrolls of mention of this gem, in that direction.
I want Sebastian and Elios to roll me investigation.
Mhm.
And while they're searching, I imagine this will take some time. Nevin will use an actual spell slot to cast Identify again on the clothing.
Damon was just about to like bring you the what's this? Tell me what this
That
is.
I can just give you. I'm gonna put it on your sheet right now.
Okay.
I'm so upset.
Let's see.
Now you know my pain.
The dice was like about to be a 14, and then it fucking.
Is that an 11?
It's 11.
Let's see. And you don't have to be the one to keep this necessarily, but I'll put it on your sheet, Nevin.
Okay.
Um.
And I'll have to go to D&D Beyond to read that, right?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
D&D Beyond. All right, it's there. It is called Woven Fate.
Let's see. Woven Fate. Okay.
Okay.
Either you have the information, do with it as you please. You learn who casts Identify.
Okay.
What was the highest roll on investigation?
11 by
11.
Elios.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and share it in general so everyone else knows.
Okay.
Nevin would give this information.
All right. Well, if that's the case, since we're streaming it, might as well go ahead and read it out.
All right. So, crafted by the literal threads of fate, this chitin displays an iridescent and ever-moving tapestry of starlight and energy of the infinitesimal cosmos. It appears ethereal and delicate while simultaneously giving off an aura of power. While attuned to this article, you gain the following benefits. Creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls against you. If you take damage from an attack, the property ceases to function until you finish a short or long rest. When you finish a long rest, roll 2 d20s and choose one of them. You can replace any attack roll, saving throw, or ability check made by you or a creature that you can see with this roll. You must choose to do so before the roll. Once per day, if you roll a 1 on a d20 as a reaction, you may treat the roll as a 20 instead. Alternatively, if an enemy you see rolls a 20 on a d20, you may use your reaction to treat it as a 1 instead. Once per long rest, you gain the ability to cast the web, grasping vine, and ensnaring strike spells. The DC for the spell is 15, or your spell save DC, whichever is higher.
Crazy.
That's pretty crazy. That's crazy.
Crazy. Okay, 11 investigation. If you were to sit here and pour through every single one of these scrolls word for word for word for word, you could get all the information within them. but in a reasonable amount of time that you've taken to kind of skim read through this. On an 11, I'd say what you start to piece together, a narrative of sorts starts to take place. You get the sense that this Corinthia, who has, you notice a signature on every single scroll here, uncovered something that maybe they were not supposed to. Something a little bit deeper. You start to hear there are musings on, as I said, fate throughout pretty much all of these in one way or another. As you're going through them, you see the names Ainera, Esleen, and Istrix come up several times of a particular interest to you. And the fact that Istrix and Esleen should not exist, and that Ainera was never meant to break the flow of fate, and in doing so has removed Materia from the greater cosmos and order. You see writings that Corinthia believes that for Materia to return to the order provided by the rest of the cosmos outside of Materia, it is necessary that one of a few things happens. Either Esleen and Istrix are somehow forced back together into one being, that both of them are eliminated, or that some other being takes up the mantle of fate. There's also writings here about glimpses into the fates that were meant to be for various gods that have not gone as was originally planned. That things are off course, and worryings that there may be forces beyond the gods that do not like that. And on 11, that is what you were able to glean at this time.
And Elias and Sebastian are scrolling through this, and Elias looks up and he's like, Sebastian, this is the most insane shit I have ever read.
What's going on? I'm getting pieces of Istrix lore, and I'm loving it.
I'm not loving it.
What are you talking about?
This is like cosmic horror. This is like scaled beyond.
That's rough, but follow Istrix and it'll all work out, you know?
I would say you also notice that the more depraved the writing is, the more towards that like cosmic horror, as you put it, the like scratchier the writing is. The original musings are very neat, loopy script.
Yeah.
I feel like all this really deep, like heavy conversation is going on. Damon's just throwing rocks at a wall as hard as he can because he's like, everyone's reading and shit. He's bored, so he's just gonna be like fucking throwing rocks.
All right. So, give me your say cosmic horror. What are we talking like here? Give me the TLDR.
TLDR. Materia itself was possibly broken away from like the cosmos essentially, because of Ainera splitting herself, which never should have happened. And all the fates that were planned for the different gods have not been going as they should. And that could be upsetting something even beyond the gods themselves. And the only way to fix it is if Istrix and... What is her name? Azalea? Azalea?
Iggy Azalea. No, Esleen.
Esleen. Merge back into one person, both die, or someone takes the mantle as fate. Is essentially what I read.
You said stuff about things greater than gods. That's crazy. What are you talking about?
This is what I read?
Yeah, no. I get that. That is terrifying. So in that sense, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think we should feed the gem to the box.
What? Why?
If we need to bring Istrix and Iggy Azalea together, I
Lean.
yes, and yes, mhm. I feel like this is the closest path to it, right?
Well,
Either
that's-
that, or we got to get ready to fight something stronger than gods, and we're gonna need to be stronger.
Sebastian, hold on. That's not happening right now. There isn't some creature beyond comprehension reaching down on us at this exact moment. We can take a second. We don't have to make a
Okay.
decision here.
You say that, okay, but didn't we just have the god of crows bug me until they demanded I kill another god?
Okay, well, you're saying that like it's a big thing, but you had the god of crows come down at you and tell you to go kill Johan. It's not as big as it could
Rohan
be.
to you, okay?
Right.
It's your
don't-
boy Brohan.
Is he even the god of crows? Isn't he like the god of like dreams and
Yeah.
Yes,
Dreams,
mhm.
darkness.
he just
and,
has a familiar of the crow, but besides the point, it could be worse.
Exactly. We figured out how much worse it could be. We got to be prepared. We just almost died.
Sebastian, I don't know.
We need
I
to
should've-
get stronger.
I should have picked someone else to help me read through this text. I feel like I shouldn't have shared this information now. We do need to get stronger, but we get just slow down, alright? We'll just pack up the scrolls. We could do some... I'll do some deeper reading later.
Okay, and we'll feed the gem to the box, right? That's where we're at with that.
Well, is the only thing in the room these scrolls, the pedestal thing that Damon lifted up, the body, and the stuff?
More or less, yeah. There's nothing of like major note. That and the crumpled gate of Malor that led you in here.
Okay, well, how about... I'm going to take a wild guess. Maybe this person who wrote this is the person dead over there. Maybe, right? Okay, maybe she wrote about the thing. So, the gem full of energy. Why don't we all try to skim for that in the text and just ignore the cosmic horror hidden between the text? Unless they are pertaining to each other, then it's hard to ignore.
Very well, yes, that makes a lot of sense. It's
Alright.
me.
Damon-
Double down.
Dave-
Sebastian is now going to be looking for the cosmic horror text. He's going to be looking for the most scratchy, trying to decipher that. So
Damon, is Damon illiterate?
Yes, I think it's canon that Damon can't read. I made it canon
Alright.
in another episode.
Nevin, please, are you literate?
No, I'm quite well read.
Okay, help me look for something on this gem.
Okay. And you do see that the mage hand is just kind of following Nevin, just still holding it. She's not letting it out of her sight. But yeah, she will help look through text, and she's specifically looking for any mention of the gem. She's not, ironically, she's not interested in the cosmic horror stuff.
All right.
So here's what I'm gonna say. You fully have the time to go here and peer through these scrolls. It's just how much time you want to dedicate to doing it.
I was gonna cast, enhance ability Eagle Splendor to give advantage on intelligence checks for the investigation roll. So I was
Okay.
gonna use magic to try and make
Speed
this...
read, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine.
I was gonna cast it at 3rd level to cast on 2 people, so Elias would use it on himself, and then could I insight check Nevin and Sebastian to see who seems like they're going to like actually search the best? Can I vibe check him?
Yeah, I mean, you could make that a roll, or I think you know them well enough that you could maybe piece together a bit anyway of their MOs. But you can make it a roll if you want.
Quick question: Did you tell us about the cosmic horror stuff, or did you just tell Sebastian?
We're in a tiny room. I would assume you heard.
Okay.
You guys
Then-
quiet.
Nevin would be straight up. She's more interested in the gem.
Okay. Well, I rolled for it anyway, just for Elias's own.
All right.
Just so I can have a vibe. He's gonna. Nevin gets Eagle Splendor. You have advantage.
Okay.
While they're investigating, Damon's just really gonna quickly. The trinket, the circlet, sorry, has been removed. The chitin has been removed. There's just a corpse left, as fragile and like turned to dust as it is.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna look into the pit. Does he see any coins in there?
Nope.
Okay.
It's too
Damon's gonna-
shallow, and there's no coins. Which
Oh
is a very
fuck!
clear
There's like
sign
a
of...
depth requirement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Well, then Damon's not good. Damon's gonna get in there and is it dirt bottom or concrete?
It's dirt bottom. Well, it's actually
Damon's
thread.
gonna-
It's like under that is dirt, but there's like such a thick layer of thread that you're definitely standing on thread when you go down there.
Alright. Damon's
It's
going
like the
to.
hard
Damon's just gonna dig this to an adequate depth. He's going to put not only the corpse but the enlarged sack
Mm-hmm.
that he found. He's gonna throw that in there with it, and then he's gonna put some coins in of his own. Just while they're doing research, he's gonna try and keep himself busy.
Yeah, you do more or less the correct burial rites there. Yeah, which is almost deliberately not done. You can tell it was dug at about 4 feet deep. While in lore, whether who knows what's true, what's not true, and what's rumor, but people say that a body should be buried at a depth equal to its height.
Does it have to be exactly, or does it just have to be deeper than its height?
It should be deeper than its height. Yeah, it doesn't have to be exactly, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if someone's gonna get pissed, like, that's 1 centimeter not enough. Sorry, you just don't cut it. Who knows?
Yeah, Damon's just gonna give it. Damon's gonna give it like he's gonna try and judge how tall the corpse is,
Mhm.
and he's just gonna he's gonna play it on the safe side by a couple inches, and
Yeah, you imagine they were probably standing somewhere around 5 foot tall. So only have to go a bit deeper.
Yeah,
You
are
are
do the brewer rights.
cool.
And-
Definitely able to do that while everyone is reading.
So-
Go ahead, roll me your vibe check if you want to do it.
I did. I
or-
rolled a 21, and I gave it to
Oh, shit.
Nevin.
Okay. And then, you did mention that you're clearly looking for more about the gym, right?
Mhm.
Okay, cool. All right. On that then, everyone can roll me their investigation checks.
I
All three
will
of you.
say, Nevin, when you feel Elias's magic go in you, you feel a hunger for knowledge like you've never felt before, and your eyes read at like 2 times speed.
This is great. So you see Nevin kind of the arrogant grin kind of like come back, and she looks power hungry right now. So that's a 15.
15,
I got a 17.
17.
I'm the best.
Helios.
Elios got a 16.
Yeah, I got a 16.
Okay. Okay. With those rolls in mind, I will say it takes y'all a few hours to pour through these and really find stuff on what you're looking for. It's a lot of
Kicking a
scrolls.
rock.
Damon's digging a hole, but that's done in like 20 minutes tops, and then he's just throwing a rock at the wall again. God, I'm bored. Eventually you are able to find a note. This is probably the scraggliest handwriting out of any of them. It's written in such a way that you could tell it's near the end. It states, "I've tapped into it. I have found the threads. I will no longer be a weaver of mere clothing, but that of fate. I have collected it and made it my own. I will place it upon my head and absorb it into my own soul when ready, and I shall become that is what is lacking in this world.
Okay.
Is there no
And,
longer a god of fate?
No, there's not.
There was Anera, the god of fate, who split himself into Istrix and Esleen and disrupted the flow of fate completely. So there was no longer any kind of dedicated fate in the world. There is no longer a god of fate.
I don't know if I like what's in the gem. I definitely don't think you should put it in the box.
Okay, well, who found out, this info?
Oh, did Sebastian find out more about Eldritch Horror? Because he rolled a 17. That's what he was looking for.
Okay. As you're all looking through that too, you hear mention of the god Owl. The Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. The original god. And again, these are musings of a person. They're not necessarily factual, anything that's in here, but these are their thoughts. They posit that Owl is one of many beings of that nature that have a divine purpose beyond anything that you could comprehend. That the gods that you know now are mere children in the grand scheme of things, that they are simply cells within a greater body, essentially, though that wouldn't be that language. But essentially says they're workers, essentially, that work for the greater good, that have now gone rogue. They're essentially considered to be like a cancer, like in these writings, that they have gone rogue outside of what the body's cells are supposed to do, since they have disconnected from this strand of fate, aka the inner workings of the cosmos.
Mm-hmm.
And because it is this cancer, that it will inevitably be noticed by someone. And that it's going to want to be eliminated.
Mm-hmm.
That is the musings here of Corinthia. Also, I'd say as you are all kind of going through these, you find a bit more about the various gods and what they were meant to do, like glimpses that Corinthia was able to get as she started to find these threads of fate. You also find mentioned of she has conversations with a couple of the gods. Specifically, you find mention of a conversation with Malor, and that he warns her to tread carefully, lest she upset all of the gods of Materia. That she is playing with things that are far beyond her scope.
All right, guys. So I think we should feed the gem to the box.
Sebastian around feeding the gem to the box.
What do you mean? It's the smartest thing to do.
That is the worst thing to do.
Why do you say that?
Sebastian, as you say that, you see the mage hand move closer to Nevin.
Damon's got to position himself. Has anyone explained this to Damon?
We're talking in a small
Talking
room.
out loud.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
We're
you
not,
guys are just
we're not all,
reading.
whispering and then we look at Damon.
Damon's got to put himself between the circle and between Nevin.
All right. I don't know if I like the atmosphere we've created in the cave.
I said before, you do not have to. We do not have to put the gem in the box. I'm not going to lie. I really want to do it, but we are a cohesive group, and that is what I hold more precious than this gem.
All right. What do you guys think the gem is after reading all that?
Concentrated essence of a god's power, specifically that of fate.
Yeah, I kind of came to the same conclusion. Nevin?
As did I.
Also, all of Materia is going to be destroyed by the cosmic god, is what I gleaned from my past.
Sebastian, I told you to ignore the cosmic horror.
I'm just saying that. So, like, we're out of scope. Basically, we've gone rogue, and now the more senior primordial gods are eventually going to destroy all of Materia from existence because it came out of the loop when split.
Okay, Sebastian, listen. I've read a lot of books from a lot of different people, and you have to take everything with a grain of salt because it is just written by a person. It's not
Okay,
like
yes,
you can't prove that it's factual.
Written by the. Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's factual by any means. It was written, however, by the person channeling the essence of fate, and there are multiple like sightings of this person contacting other gods and talking about it.
Okay,
Not specifically about that, but about the
She
other
also-
gods warning.
it's crazy. So I'm also just saying, and people have the capacity to lie.
No, I know that more than many.
I'm not. I'm just saying, you have to just take it with a grain of salt. Don't
Tell you,
get
my dad was a liar.
Okay. Yes. You know, just you gotta stay calm. It's important to stay calm.
Okay.
What are we gonna do with the crystal?
Who? Yes, we need to figure out what is going to happen to this crystal.
I'm going to be honest. I want the power.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't want never to have the power.
I will say, no matter what kind of power, if any, I gain from it, I promise not to use it against you. And I promise I will stick with you till the end. Obviously, there's something bigger going on here.
You take it to a vote.
I kind of want it too. If
What?
I'm gonna be honest. Fate and death and life. That's kind of also my thing. I'm just saying.
Okay. Here's the. We have to figure out some way because everybody wants the gem other than Damon. I feel like Damon, do you want the gem?
No.
Okay. Everybody, I figured that. That's why I said that before asking you.
Appreciate
But, everybody but Damon wants the gem. How, as a group, are we going to come to a cohesive conclusion on who gets it? We need to find a fair way, a just system that we decide. We cannot. There's no way we're going to be able to vote because everybody's just going to vote for themselves.
Unless
Other than
Damon
Damon.
votes.
Okay, we can do that. I feel like Ilios is getting the gem, though. I think I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Ilios is getting the gem if we do that. I'm being honest, it's not gonna.
What would ever make you think that's what's going to happen?
I feel like some chaotic energy is wrought by certain party members and not by others.
I mean, I'm just gonna be honest. Like, I don't see any point. I was gonna vote for Ilios.
Yeah, I know. I know you, Damon. That's why I didn't consider that option a fair and just option. I'm gonna be honest with you right now. It was.
Wait, you can consider it a fair and just option if he wanted to vote you? Would you have just agreed to that?
I
Was it just 'cause
I
I
was
said-
trying to think of like draw straws. Is where I was.
We don't have
everybody.
straws.
This
Everybody-
is a domain of the gods, and we're gonna draw straws to see who gets it.
I mean, that's how the gods did it. The Greek gods.
I was thinking maybe rock, paper, scissors is also good.
We could do rock, paper, scissors. We could all grab one strand of thread and follow it back and see who has the longest one. There's a lot of thread here.
You know,
Oh,
It's up to you guys. Like I said, I just want it to be. I don't want anybody to have a bias. We are a group. I don't want there to be any discourse in the group. I just
it's fine. You know, just give it to Nevin. This is too much. I don't want to fucking collect string right now.
we can do rock, paper, scissors.
As soon
Okay.
as Elios says that, the mage hand is moving closer. I will give anybody a chance to do anything else they like.
I just wanted everybody to have a fair chance. I didn't necessarily not want Ilios to have it.
Sebastian, Nevin, rock, paper, scissors for it. Or you can draw straws. It seems like Ilios is forfeiting his vote.
Let me ask this. It's not between Nevin getting it and Sebastian getting it, though. It is between Nevin getting it and Istrix getting it.
This is
Is
true.
that correct? Okay.
Yes.
From what I understand about the books, there are a select few options in terms of bringing Materia back into the greater cosmos. Out of respect for Sebastian, I don't want to kill Istrix, nor do I feel like I want to kill the other one. I'm not good with words.
Just say Iggy Azalea. It all
Azalea.
started.
Azalea.
Mhm.
Says Aline.
The third option, the second option was to merge them together, which I'm by all means a fan of, but it sounds like we're going with the third option, which is bringing back the God of Fate, at least in a lesser degree. Now, I should say, Nevin, you seem like the forerunner here. What do you plan to do with this?
Nevin, take the gem. The decision's coming down. I'm not gonna get it. Nevin, take the gem.
She's not doing it immediately, but she does look to Damon and says, I gave you my word. I said I would stick with you until the end. But if I gain more power, the first thing I will do is I'm going to end the war and take my spot where I rightly believe I am.
Damon will step aside from the gym.
And the mage hand kind of like hovers over her hand, and she looks to everyone here and she says, we're obviously being used as pawns, but I'm not a pawn. I'm the fucking queen. And she drops it and she absorbs it.
Drop it to your hand.
Mhm.
Crush it. It glows from between the edges of your finger, filling the room even brighter. And similar to when Sebastian and Damon received a domain before, like, sparkles of light essentially start to fill around you, and you feel your vessel becoming full. You've now inherited the domain of fate. Let me go ahead and add that to your character sheet as well.
All right.
We piece together that me and Sebastian have a domain.
You
Because
saw that.
A relation, yeah.
You just saw that something very similar happened to Nevin, and you know what's happening to Nevin essentially. So,
Well, that looks
I-
familiar.
added to your feats domain of fate.
Okay. Out of character, I think I should get the cloak.
Yeah.
I feel that's fair.
The cloak is whoever. Yeah, that's just on. I gave it to you because you identified it, but anyone can take that, of course. So, do you see it?
Yeah, there it is.
If you click on it, the text should pop up on the right side.
Okay, let's see. Carry on. I will read this on my own time.
Okay.
feel like you're pretty integral right now, actually. You just.
Well, hold your horses, hold your horses.
Sebastian, as this energy starts like seeping into Nevin, your bog starts Rubik's Cube style freaking out. It does not like what just happened.
Yeah, I was expecting that.
However, you do not hear that voice in your head saying anything at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sebastian's probably just gonna start pacing.
it's just. It's just like paused, like absorbing it.
Yeah.
God, it's taking so long to like.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a tanning
Alright.
bed.
All right, so I will go through this as quickly as possible and tell everyone. You may permanently tie the fates of 2 willing creatures together. Any creature may only have its fate tied to one other creature at a time. When using this ability, roll a d4 on a roll of 1. You lose this ability for a year. Tying the fates of the creatures causes the following. When one of these creatures takes damage, the damage is evenly split between them, rounded down. While at least one of these creatures are conscious, the other has advantage on death saving throws. While at least one of these creatures are conscious, if damage reduces the other to 0 hit points once per day, it drops to 1 hit point instead. A creature affected by a negative condition, example stunned, other than unconscious, shares this condition with the other creature, but has advantage to escape it. If either creature escapes a condition, they both do. Spells that target one creature can be shared with the other creature if the target creature chooses. Example bless. If a creature tied together in this way, if a creature tied together in this way dies, so does the other. As a bonus action, you can touch a creature and force them to reroll one of their recent saving throws made in the past minute. They must use the second roll as a result, and any such consequences occur immediately. You can use this feature a number of times per day equal to your proficiency bonus. Once per day, you can use the spell Foresight as an action. Once per day, if you or an ally fail a saving throw, you can choose for it to succeed instead.
Oh.
So Devin's got that.
All right, Nevin, what do you feel?
I feel good. I feel stronger.
You're not cursed, are you?
Absolutely not.
Didn't lose
Basically-
any memories or anything? Nothing weird? No weird strange side effect?
Not that I can feel.
Fingers, toes, got 'em all?
Mhm.
Drug a tail?
No. Basically, I can connect to one of you if you'd like.
Ew.
Or alternatively, I can connect any of you, really. As long as they're willing, of course. And she would basically explain the finer details and not game
Mhm.
mechanics.
Alright, well that's useful. I don't know if I want to be... I don't want to be... It's like spiritually touching each other. I find that kind of gross.
We'll also say for that, like the first ability there, it does say you may permanently tie. So as far as you're aware, it's a permanent thing.
Mm-hmm. And I can do that multiple times, correct? Or is it just a one and done?
You could do it, but you got to roll a d4 each time.
Mhm.
It's like the wish spell, but with better odds.
Mhm.
All right, Nevin, you want to try it out?
I feel like we should maybe wait and use it when we really need it.
That's cool too, I guess. Oh, sure.
I mean, after all, you're normally in the back and I'm normally in the front, so
That's fair. Yeah, that's absolutely fair.
any damage I take, you will take as well.
Didn't
That's
think
the-
about that part. Yeah,
That's the problem with me wanting to pair up with anyone, which is it's great if you get attacked, I can take some of the edge off, but when I get attacked, and I get attacked a lot,
Mm-hmm.
it's not going to be fun.
Well, we can think about it.
Helios backline.
Yeah? No. I'm also
That's
not
fair.
in the back line very often. I'm kind of like middle. And then
All right, it just
throw
sounded cool. I
myself-
wanted to try it out.
No.
Also, I'm trying to not think about very, very endangering and bad consequences that
We would be
is
tied
going to
together
happen.
like forever, permanently. What could that mean for like our afterlife and going forward and like
You'd get to go to the Fungin with me.
absolutely not. You can't just willy-nilly tie yourself to someone for funsies.
You can. You just don't want to.
No, I do not want to.
Let's get the fuck out of this cave.
Yes, we
Grab-
can discuss it at another moment in time.
Grab some scrolls. Hold on. These are really interesting. This is gonna grab like a fucking as much as he can.
Well, yeah, I'd say like you've pieced together some of the more interesting scrolls, like things that kind of caught everyone's attention. I think Sebastian was laying them out like by like genre as well, like trying to sort them so you could pick up the ones you found more entertaining.
Oh, I'm going to be in so much trouble. I don't know if you guys can see this thing, but it is not happy.
It's just on your head, just
Literally, yeah.
It's like
Oh
the
my
gif
God.
of Crash Bandicoot just kind of like imploding on himself.
Mm.
This is the equivalent of like your mum texting your phone when you know you're in trouble, and she's just lining it the fuck up, and you're like, if I don't read the text, I'm not actually in trouble yet.
Oh god, it's going to be so bad.
I guess that's the downfall of constantly talking to a god, huh?
Huh? Well, I mean, a god I owe everything I have to. It's
I mean, I'm just saying.
yeah, no, it's just everything's fine. It's gonna be all good. Don't worry about it.
That's...
Shit, you don't want to tie yourself to me?
No!
It's gonna get real interesting here soon.
Never, literally never do that. Never do that to me. I swear on the gods, if you do that to me, I will try to find something horrible to happen to you.
Also,
From
guys,
the
I just want to
grave.
say, I'm really good at this execution thing. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I'm doing well. I've got some pretty high names on my belt so far.
Yeah, that's really great for you. I'm glad that's working out for you.
Did I get peace? Like Damon's like thinking back to that day on the cliff, he's trying to figure out what fucking domain he got.
I don't know. You could have gone in fertility.
Oh, I don't know if I like that.
The only way to find out is test it.
That was Spyro who got that one.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, Clay,
Mhm.
let's say hypothetically I linked with Damon using that.
Mhm.
If we were to both like take damage like from like a fireball spell, for instance, would we double up on that damage, or would we? How would that work?
Well, let's say you passed but Damon failed,
Mhm.
like a save. Your damage would be halved, and then that number would be half between you two.
Gotcha. Okay.
Damon, who failed, that number, full damage would be halved between you two.
Okay.
Well, don't saving throws, if one succeeds, both succeed?
On conditions. To get out
Oh,
of the
okay.
condition.
I gotcha.
Good to know.
But yeah, so if, say, between the two, Nevin gets blinded, Damon is also blinded.
Mhm.
That's
However-
not good if both are frontline.
Mm-hmm.
However, if there's like a roll for it, they both get to make the rolls, and if one succeeds, they both succeed with advantage.
And one of them has it.
They both have advantage, yeah.
Oh, we both have it. Okay.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
All right, Helios, you got all your books. Let's get out of here.
They're scrolls, but
Same difference. I can't read either of them.
Yeah, you'll head out. Is there anything you want to do on the way out of the cave?
Did we want to grab those like weird elemental buoys? Any of those? Take it with us.
We can.
I'm just thinking if we made a moat around our property, and have one of those elemental buoys, that'd be pretty sick. Everybody would be impressed.
You know what? The applications sound pretty good. I say yes.
What if we threw it in the ocean? That'd be crazy. The whole ocean.
I think it has an area.
I don't know. We
No, it's
haven't
an
seen it
area of
yet.
activation. The entire body of water then goes under the effect, I believe.
Mhm.
All right, let's not do that.
We can test it in the ocean.
No, that's not
Well,
the
like,
place.
Try.
Piss off the god of the ocean.
Way to fucking fry the
Every
entire
fish.
world. Every port city would go up in flames.
I don't know what we would use these for. I mean, maybe we could look into transferring the magic. I don't have any skill in that, but it could be something worth looking into. I would like to point out that we'll have to carry it
Yes.
all the way across the desert to the
Mhm.
city we're traveling to that I forgot the name of in this moment.
Arias.
And then, I mean, take it back to where our house is. And then I need time to, like, research. So
That's-
it's
It'll
a...
get up to the goats.
That's fair. I mean, we can get it on the way back. That wouldn't be any problem. We'll have a lot lighter load. And
Not a bad
chickens
idea.
going bye-bye.
Well, another thing is, if Spyro did knock up a horse, Damon is going to have to buy the horse that it knocked up. Because you don't want his seed out there. So then, if we end up with a pregnant mare, are we going to
I'm
travel?
fine with the seed being out there. My dad doesn't, and if then he finds out that he's gonna know that me and Spyro are still alive, and he doesn't want that.
Okay, yeah. Are we traveling back with
Hold
a...
on. Wait, Paul, right there. You said me and Spyro. Or
Huh?
you said Spyro. Let's run it back real quick. You said Spyro's a big no-no. Are you in the same boat?
Me and the other stable hand at my father's house, we were kind of the ones who screwed the pooch. We're the reason that Griso got pregnant. With the reason that these demigod foals were born. My father thought if he could eliminate the bloodline and kill those who fucked up, two birds, one stone.
That's super messed up. Your dad sucks too. High five.
Yeah. Wait, no. Yeah, my dad's a bit of an asshole.
Yeah. Alright, so
Alright.
we're getting these on the way back.
No,
Yeah,
I'm,
alright, good.
I'm saying if we're traveling, if we have to bring back a pregnant mare back to Archimus, are we gonna travel through the desert with a pregnant man, through the mountains and through a forest? Or are we gonna just rent
And
a boat
over the
because we're at a
hills we go.
port city, so we may not come back? Is the point I'm making? A boat would be the smartest option.
It's not very scenic.
Incredibly scenic.
It's a
What, the
boat.
ocean?
You just see water.
The ocean is lovely. It's the most gorgeous thing you could ever see.
We'll be
Mm.
hugging the coast, aren't we? Get a great views.
You know how many people have died from staring at their reflection? Not a good look.
Probably, I wish my aunt would go out that way. She'd fucking deserve it. Staring at her own reflection. Anyway, we're probably gonna have to go by boat if there's a pregnant mare, which means we probably won't come back for these.
Okay, then after we get back, we can head back here and grab them.
That's a lot
Easy.
Are you kidding me? We're gonna go here, around here, and then come back this way, and go back that way. You could not pay me to make that trip, Sebastian.
Alright, Sebastian, pick one. Pick one of the four. I'll lift it. Wherever we go.
I was just saying we pick one. I want the electric one.
Alright, David's going to, on the way back, fucking shoulder the electric one.
All right.
Appreciate ya.
You grab the electric one, leaving the other three off to the side here, kind of pulled up onto the land. Make sure not to let it dip in the water as you cross. You're able to get out. You enter the room with all of the weaver's supplies. Don't know if anyone would necessarily want anything from there, but it's there.
Sebastian will grab just like a decent amount of thread.
Oh, yeah, I mean, there's a shit ton of varying colors. There's like whole fucking huge spools of it if you want it. So
Sebastian will look for gold, specifically gold thread.
Gold thread. I'm gonna see if I actually put gold thread. I did. There's like a big ball of gold thread that you could take.
Yep.
Expensive.
But it's like a fucking big ball.
All right.
And Nevin will do a quick once over, see if there are any other kind of scrolls that are in reference to the stuff we've already learned in there.
Roll me investigation.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. How long does this last? An hour. You have Eagle Splendor still.
I'll see you have it, yeah.
20, dirty 20.
30-20. You don't find any like letters or other scrolls or anything like that, but what you do find is like an artist tag essentially on a lot of the clothing, with the same name, Corinthia, as it was on the scrolls. So very clearly, this weaver was the person living here. It's all marked, and I would say with that 20, I'm gonna say you find buried under one of the drawers. It's not magical, but it is some of the finest clothing that you've ever seen before.
Okay.
Made at like absolute master craft artisan.
Okay. Nevin will toss that in her back.
As you lead out to the room with the mushrooms. Anyone doing anything there?
Get out of there as soon as fucking possible. That's what
Everyone
David's
holds their breath. I'm not gonna make y'all like roll for the ravine shit. You can tie ropes and spend a half an hour getting across. Well, that again. But yes, you are able to make it successfully out of this cave. You are no longer in the Third Weaver's lair. You return outside. You see all of your animals there waiting. Does not seem like the wolves have eaten anything.
How long has it been?
Like 13, 15 hours, something like that.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
All right, let's pack up. Get on the road again.
on the road again.
On that note, what are y'all doing with the clothing that you found?
The galaxy, like the item, or
Yeah, the woven fate. It can go to anyone. It is that good.
Oh well.
Elios. I would assume Elios would get it.
I'm
I'm
fine
happy
with
with
that.
that.
Take your 2-minute slots and shit too.
What? Oh, it takes in a 2-minute slot?
Yeah, of course.
LOL. I have full attunement. I give my
Anything you want to get
sandals
rid for it?
my extra feet of movement, my extra 10 feet. Does anyone
I have a
should
free attunement slot.
have some shoes?
Shoes. What are they called?
Swift sandals.
They make you move real quick.
Real quick.
Then can I search this item?
Yeah, woven fate.
Okay. Woven fate. Then I will work on a tune into that.
All right, Eel's got that. You have the sandals now, Sebastian.
Yep.
Y'all start heading back down out of the mountains. Probably takes another, as you correct your path, like another 2 days or so to get to the other side and down all the way.
During one of those nights, just like during a long rest, David would like to go out hunting and just kill like a deer.
Okay.
And
you
using. Ooh.
I was as you get near the end, like it's easier for sure. You're able to like kind of scout out off the mountain itself.
Sweet. So yeah, just during one of the nights while everyone's a bit down, he would like to kill a deer, skin it, and use his leather workers tools to make a few things for the group. For Nevin, he'd like to make 2 short sword sheaths. He's just gonna make those. For Sebastian, he'd like to make kind of like a satchel that is enough for his box to fit in, like slots into that kind of thing, with enough like leeway on either side because he knows that it changes, so just like enough of that to fit in there. And for Elios, he'd like to make a bunch of like, with all the new spell scrolls, not the spell scrolls, but all the reading scrolls he got, like 5 probably satchels for them to slot into.
Okay. I'd say that'd probably be a process over time, but you could definitely get that started. You skin the deer, you'll have to tan the hides and stuff, but you can like set up like a rig on the back of one of the horses or one of the goats or whatever. And you can definitely get that going on your journey, no problem.
But
anyone else doing anything as you're descending the mountain?
I have gained the ability to ritual cast Find Familiar, so I will attempt to do that.
You sit there with your box. It seems to have calmed down now. You start messing around configuring it, and you're able to do your familiar. What do you summon?
Okay. I assume it would be something from the function.
It would be, yeah.
The stat block I was planning on using was the. Let me see. I think I was going to use a raven, but let me check. I was going to do a raven or an owl. Yes, it was owl. Owl was what I was going to
Owl?
use. Yes.
Oh.
So,
You know what I think it is, Sebastian? I mean, you can. This is your spell, so you can flavor it differently.
Yep.
But I think what would happen is actually you should go to summon this thing from the Fungim using owl stats. You call forth, and one of the ravens, similar to what Trask had used to watch you pops out of this.
Okay. That will still completely work. Sebastian would be like, "Well, it was meant to be. It's you and me, buddy, till the end."
You would understand that the deep implication of this is that some of these ravens were put in the Fungin before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were, and now they're mine. Yeah, absolutely, and that was ritual casted, and at another point, Sebastian will also ritual cast Unseen Servant.
Okay.
Now it says duration hour. Is that how long the Unseen Servant is alive? If so, he wouldn't bother with it. But I wasn't sure if it took an hour to cast, or if the duration of the Unseen Servant was an hour.
Let me double check. Casting time is 1 action, duration is 1 hour. So it just takes 1
Okay.
action to cast it, but it lasts for 1 hour.
Okay. In that case, when we are setting up camp or getting ready to, Sebastian will go ahead and ritual cast it, which takes an extra 10 minutes, and command it to set up the camp for us.
I think what comes out is like a soul from the Fungin.
Mhm.
You're able to see it ever so ethereally, but no one else is.
Mhm.
It moves around the camp, starts doing this and that.
We just see like stuff start building itself.
Mm-hmm.
That's concerning.
Guys, don't worry about it. I got you guys. On the house. Usually
Alright.
charge for this kind of stuff. But don't be careful when you're stepping around it. It'd be just make sure, just give it a wide berth.
Alright. We can just stand to the side while it does its thing. I mean, I don't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I figured it would let us off a lot easier when we're setting up camp and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all about someone else doing the work, if I'm being honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, high five.
No.
I almost got you. I could see it in your eyes.
Sebastian, you see a bloody mage hand.
Let's go. All right, another one in the book.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just like a big wet splat all over your hand.
Delicious. Okay.
That final night, as you have the camp set up, about to descend off the mountain, anything anyone would like to discuss with one another as you're kind of by the campfire?
I will on this final night before I go to sleep. I'm gonna tap Istrix. I'm gonna tell Istrix just what happened. Get a read of the room. Let her know that reality's broken. I'm gonna lead off with the reality broken though. It's gonna be the forefront, and I'm just gonna slip that whole crystal thing in the bottom at the end there.
Before you contact Istrix, how does Sebastian feel about the situation?
Sebastian is disappointed that he didn't get it. He didn't have high hopes he was going to get it though, just from the nature of the object and how he believes that everybody thinks. He didn't think he was going to be able to convince them to get it under any circumstance.
As you relay this information to Istrix, leading with the fact that things are broken, the world is broken. You hear her speak to you, well, isn't that how it should be? The world is broken, it's chaos. It's absolute madness. That's how it should be, right?
Yes, absolutely. It was more so the fact that, see, there's like these cosmic gods that are going to erase everything, and I would never want anything you created to be erased.
Well, they could have tried. They could have tried, and that would have been quite interesting if they did. All I know is chaos reigns, right? Chaos reigns here.
Absolutely.
And in that power of the gym, Sebastian can put it all back together. You can put it all back together again. You can piece all the pieces of the puzzle back into one straight line that everyone has to follow. No more chaos. No more luck. No more choice. No more anything. It was critical. You should have gotten that, Sebastian. You should have sent it to me. And then I would have had it. I could have safeguarded it. I could have kept things chaos forever. I could have stopped fate. But you failed, Sebastian. You didn't take it. I told you to kill your companions.
Sorry.
I told you to take their power. And now they've taken your power. They've taken my power. They've ruined everything. What are you going to do to atone for this, Sebastian?
Well, I'm there with me there. We're together. We're a group. I can make sure that it doesn't get put back like it
Can
was.
you, Sebastian? Do they listen to you? Do they respect you? Do they believe what you believe? I don't think so. I'm your only ally. I am the only one worth fighting for. And you best not forget who gives you the power that courses through you right now. I'm here for you, and you need to do what's best for me. Because what's best for me is what's best for you, not them.
Yes, you're right. I'm so sorry. I've messed it up, and I'll find a way. I'll find a way to fix it. I'll work, and I know you've done everything. There's no one I trust and respect more than you. There's nothing in existence that would ever change that. I'll fix it. We'll keep everything askew. Nothing will be the same. We won't fix it. We can. They can try. I'll make sure it never happens. I'll do it for you.
As long as Nevin walks along the ground of Materia, there will always be a problem. There will always be the potential that she gets strong enough to challenge me. And before that happens, meet her, Sebastian.
I don't know what to do.
I just told you. Give it to me.
I'll try.
No,
I'll
you will.
I'll do anything for you. I just need to get stronger.
No, I
Like
think
you
you have
said.
the capability now. Don't sell yourself short, Sebastian. Do it. Do it tonight, even. Well, she'll never see it coming, laying there on the ground, vulnerable. That's the perfect opportunity for you.
I can't do that though. There's no way. They saved me. We've saved each
You've
other.
become very comfortable with telling me no, Sebastian.
There's nothing I've ever said no to you before. I just ask at this one time, please.
You are not in a position to ask anything of me.
I know that's why.
I have given you
I-
everything you have, Sebastian. You are mine. You do not get to say. No, you will listen, and this is the end of our conversation. See to it that it is done. Do not continue to fail me. And with that, you feel the presence leave you.
Oh, God! Sebastian will um God. What would Sebastian do? Sebastian is going to leave the campgrounds. He's gonna probably walk about a solid 60 feet away, and he's going to try to slip out without anybody noticing. And yeah, he's going to probably climb a tree and just sit in it. He's not going to go to sleep tonight. He's going to probably feverishly be scratching the back of his hand up in a tree all night.
And as Sebastian sits in a tree, feverishly scratching at the back of his hand, contemplating the voices in his head and what they're telling him to do, the rest of you sleep. And I think that's where we'll take a break.
That's good.
All right, we're back. Thank you for waiting, those that stuck around. We were actually 15 minutes, even break, changing it to 15 minutes. That's what we needed to do. 15-minute break on time. We left off with Sebastian having a conversation in his head, then going off to contemplate life in a tree while everyone slumbered. We now pick up, I guess, that coming morning.
Has Sebastian returned to camp yet?
Probably not. He would. I would say it would be like roughly an hour to into the day that he would come back into camp.
Okay. As Nevin's kind of like packing up her belongings, she's not really going to look at the group, but she is going to address all of them. Sebastian too, if he returns within that time frame. I appreciate you guys allowing me to get this power. Damon, I know you don't trust me, but I don't take this lightly. And I do pledge myself that I will protect you. All of you. And no matter what my ambitions are, I won't let them come between our group.
That's the reason I don't trust you, Nevin. Out of
She
everyone, I'm not the one who needs protection. With power like that, you hold a tremendous responsibility to those unlike us.
I'm aware.
This is happening over breakfast.
James says that and
Just
bites a bagel.
The loudest crunch.
Audible
This
crunch.
group and bread.
I'm aware, Damon. I feel like you misunderstand my ambitions. I
Will
do
you
want
sprout?
power, but they're not for nefarious deeds. I don't plan world domination or anything like that. I just believe that everyone should have the chance to be where they rightfully belong.
And you belong at the top?
What I want?
Where does everyone else belong?
Wherever their heart wants them to go. Mine wants to be at the top. If you want to raise horses, that's yours. If Helios wants knowledge, that's his. Sebastian wants whatever Istrix wants, then that's his.
I
You
think
would
Sebastian wants
see
to fucking break.
Sebastian is probably doing laps around camp, or laps around the fire, scratching the back of his hand. And he's just kind of like looking down. He just kind of seems out of it.
And I know I have my own secrets. And I will tell you all, but not right now. When the time comes, you will know. And throughout this whole conversation, she hasn't had that same smirk that she always has. She's being sincere.
I don't think that you plan world domination or if you plan to slaughter innocents by the dozen, truly. I don't think that little of you, but I think not doing evil is not the same as doing good. And I suppose that's all I hope for people in power.
Understandable.
Then we'll start backing up.
Nevin, you probably will get just a thought in your head, a voice, and he's probably just like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Nevin, I'm not. I don't know what to do. Istrix wants me to kill you, but I don't want to. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Am I able to respond telepathically or?
Yes.
Okay. Sebastian, I've already sworn myself that I will protect all of you. Whether that means my death, doesn't matter. I'll help you. However I can.
I don't want to hurt. I don't want to hurt you, Nevin. I don't know what to do.
We'll figure it out. If we have to defeat Istrix, then that's what we'll do.
And Sebastian will probably be just walk in circles and not saying anything, pretty much. He'll probably pack up and just ride for now.
Anything from anyone else?
I think we're like still in the forest, right?
You're like you're just finally leaving the mountains. Yeah, you're like on the outskirt of the like. There's some forested land, but pretty soon you know you're about to enter desert. Life is getting sparse around here.
While we're riding, I want Elis to talk to someone, but I feel like he would want to talk to Sebastian right now, but Sebastian seems like freaked out. he's pacing and scratching himself, so Elias is like, I don't know if that's time to talk to him. I guess Nevin. What?
I guess Nevin.
Well, it's because of what I want to talk about. I don't... It's... rough.
Right here for a player.
Yeah. He tried to talk quietly so that, like, you know, Sebastian and Damon couldn't hear, unless they were, like, really trying to listen. Which you want to be, like, immediately when they leave the camp, but, like, you know, while they're riding.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he would just right next to Evan just be like, I feel like everything's, like, really tense right now.
Yes, Sebastian told me a certain thing, but something I'd rather not say out loud for prying ears.
Oh,
But-
okay. Alright.
But I may have a solution, but I'll speak with Sebastian about it.
Okay, but I feel like it was because of what happened in the cave that everyone's so on edge, but, like, I feel like it really shouldn't be, you know, too big of a deal. Their real feelings and whatnot, right?
I mean, I understand. I'm not necessarily the most trustworthy person, so Damon's right to distrust me. But I
think
meant
that-
what I...
Do you think that of yourself, that you're not trustworthy?
Absolutely not. I do it more so as entertainment, really. But as I spend more time with the group, I'm growing more fond of you. Not to mention allowing me to gain this kind of power.
I mean, everyone assumes you're untrustworthy. I'm just surprised you would actually define yourself as such.
I mean, when I speak sincerely, I mean everything I say. Let me put it this way, I'm a secretive type. But if somebody actively asks me a question on a very serious note, I'm not gonna lie to them.
Being secretive and untrustworthy are different things. I mean, you could never tell us anything, and that shouldn't say anything about your character, whether or not I can put faith in you, right?
That's how it should be, but that's not necessarily how things are. People automatically associate secrets with distrust.
I suppose. That's why I'm surprised that you would say that you're that way. If you don't agree with that philosophy.
Sometimes it's easier to accept that than try and argue with someone.
Well, for me,
Regardless.
I actually trust you quite a bit at this point. I may not know anything about you, but I guess I don't have the energy either to just waste it on distrusting you. You've done everything you could do to just prove that I don't have a reason to keep an eye on you.
And I appreciate that. And as I said earlier, very soon you guys will learn the truth. But we just need to be away from prying eyes and ears.
You guys have a lot going on. I'm honestly just here because, like, I don't want to go home. That's about the depth of me traveling. I don't have any kind of gambit in this right now. I could probably just... I don't want to go home. It's not like I can't go home. I could. It would just suck a little bit. I feel like I could go home and hide away from this war for as long as possible. I don't imagine anyone's like, any particular god is like, I need Ilios to be my champion. So I feel like I could dodge most errors on that one. But I just kind of stick around because I kind of like you guys, and I'd rather just not go back. But everyone else has like some real reasons to like, Sebastian has a target on his back. You're pursuing active power. And apparently, Damon has a lot more going on than I thought, with his dad wanting him dead. Demigod horse. It's all messy stuff.
Mm-hmm. That being said, Elias, I think you're quite a valuable person. I think any god would be lucky to have you as their champion. I mean, after all, we all would have died without you. Multiple times, even.
I know. Right? It says a lot about me. I stick around, not because I have to, but because I want to, and I save your lives because I want to.
Mm-hmm.
It's not all this effort I put in is because I'm a good person. You see that? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I deserve the praise. I do.
Nevin's rethinking her decisions now. Regardless, we'll figure everything out. It'll all work out.
Yes, we have luck on our side. Apparently, we got very lucky with that fight.
Indeed. And hopefully with this new power that I've gained, I can help out a little bit more.
Yes, I also continue to hope that no god's ire comes down on me. Because seeing it affecting everyone else, I'm like, whew. That sucks.
Well, if it does, I've got your back.
That's appreciated. I always have your back as well, Navin. But I do not like this tense atmosphere, and I don't know what to do about it.
We'll fix things. Soon.
Normally, this is when you pop a bottle of champagne, but I unfortunately don't have any. Nor do I think riding and drinking is the best idea.
Well, first town we arrive at, we'll get something to drink. Hopefully some more bread.
We're about to head into the mountains.
I know.
Then a
I'm saying,
desert.
yeah, first town. It may not be soon, but it'll be eventually.
Bread and wine. No cheese?
I could go for some cheese.
Spicy. You're really mixing it up here.
You know, sourdough's actually really good for your iron deficiencies, and you know, considering I use my blood as a weapon, it helps out a lot.
That makes sense. Things like that don't usually help me with any of my ailments, though, because my ailment is, like, magical
Mm-hmm.
and self-inflicted. Fun stuff. Anyway, I feel like the atmosphere still sucks.
Yes, it does. But next break, I'll talk with Sebastian. We can knock that out of the way, and hopefully Damon can trust me a little bit more as we continue.
Yes, hopefully. Truly, I kind of agree with what Ptolemaeus was saying. There's no reason for us to be enemies or at each other's throats. We should probably make an effort to like each other.
Absolutely.
Probably.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go read a scroll about cosmic horrors.
Mm-hmm. Have fun.
As you all ride down this last leg of the mountain, you start to see the life get sparser and sparser. The heat levels increase, and you feel as if you are approaching the edges of this desert. Near the end of your journey on this day, you come across a town kind of following the path. Very small, not on any map, but it seems like it might be the last bit of respite before you enter into the desert proper and make your way towards Arias, where there is very little between here and there other than sand.
Oh my god, Nevin.
I told you.
This is I better have wine. Champagne. I'll take beer.
So, just because I'm trying to think on the timeline of when I'm gonna, when Sebastian's do, is there going to be a rest before that city, but after the one that we took last?
No, I'd say this
Okay.
is that day, the end of that day.
Mm-hmm. All right.
But yeah, as you approach the city, it's a small village is probably more apt. City is too big. It's a gathering of people, and a large collection could not survive here. It simply wouldn't be enough resources. But it is a small group of people that live here. You see, there's like succulent plants that they're growing, cacti and things like that that can like hold and absorb water, but not a whole lot of other crops. You do see that there are some pens where they're like raising and breeding animals for consumption, chickens and the like. There are a few homes. There would be like a small shop, but yeah, it's very, very limited. You assume that their business probably comes from another business that they kind of survive on trade a little bit, but as you just pass through the mountains, you know that they've been very difficult to traverse lately, in the desert as well. So with that in mind,
And then before we get close enough to this town for anybody to see, Sebastian will. You guys will see Sebastian take the puzzle box out, configure it, and cast suggestion on himself. And he is going to suggest that he become a person that can decide what is best for him. And you see disguise his form shift like it normally does into a tanned, thicker physiqued man, probably at around 6'5", so decently tall, muscle that is decently defined, and you just see he's been looking away this whole time. He's been to himself. You see his eyes almost light up, and a big grin form across his face. All right. Let's see. We got stuff to do.
You're right over there, Sebastian.
I'm better than I've ever been.
Yeah,
Yes.
Devin's gonna lean to Nevin and just be like, "This one's new."
Indeed. And Nevin's gonna kind of ride forward and kind of tap Sebastian and just poke to her head, and then poke to the village, trying to convey, "Let's talk when we get to the village."
Yes, I got a lot to discuss with all of you. So when you guys are ready, we can talk over bread. We should probably do it in a more private setting than tavern, though.
Bless you, Elios.
Sorry, the place seems dusty, and I thought thinking about it, I feel a little sick.
it's so dusty, Elios. There's sand everywhere. It's time for your Anakin moment. It's bad.
Alright, well, a little village this small probably doesn't really want money. We can try trading the goats here, maybe.
Mhm.
For, like, food and alcoholic
We
beverages.
should probably get a guide. We should probably get a guide through the desert.
Yes, that will work too. We have 2 goats, so we have quite the
Mhm,
bargaining
yeah.
chip. At least if my knowledge of the poor is correct.
Ouch.
Have you traded goats before, Damon?
No. My mother worked actual jobs. I worked actual jobs.
What does trading goats have to do with whether or not you work? Or being poor? How did that hurt your feelings?
I didn't grow up very well off. Accusing poor people out here. No.
Did you trade goats? Because you wouldn't be in the category of poor I'm talking about.
Let's find out if there's a bar here. Let's have it.
As you enter, you wouldn't suspect that there would be an actual bar in a place like this.
Yep.
Probably similar to when you were in Artemis. You would assume that accommodations would probably be by striking some sort of deal, or depending on the hospitality of someone who lives here permanently and picking up residence in their own home. I'd say there's probably like a catch-all kind of store you could go to, or there's probably like a person who kind of serves as like the de facto like trader in the area. Maybe does like some kind of skilled artisan labor type of work. They make the nails. They're slightly a blacksmith for the most basic of necessities. They'll work the leather, things like that. They are kind of like jack of all trades type person.
Mhm.
As you approach them, as you approach that person, you'd see it's like probably a man in his like 40s or so, but already like hairline is receding, really like sun weathered skin, like tan and like freckled, being outsiders who are very spectacularly dressed, especially Elios now, as you're literally wearing like fate as a clothing item.
Yeah.
You walk towards this person and you just see him kind of look up. He squints a little bit. You can tell his eyes are not the best. Well, what do we have here?
Well met. Yes, we're on our way through the desert. We were looking for a place to stay for tonight before we start our journey. We also have trades for barter. Do you know of anywhere we a bed to sleep in, maybe food to eat?
Well, if you're here not to cause trouble but to make trade, then you found the right guy. Name's Agapetos.
Agapetos, wonderful name. Well met. I'm Sebastian. It's nice to meet you. And Sebastian will put his hand out.
Goes, gives it a firm handshake.
Mhm.
Realizes like a little bit, like but the hand that he's holding doesn't seem to match the hand that he's seeing himself hold. But would not think, oh, magic's involved. It just finds it odd that your hand feels small in his grip. Kind of looks at it for a second, closes it. Right. Well, so if you need a place, my home's more than open. My barn as well. I couldn't fit all of you in the house, but out in the barn it's comfortable. It's dry. Hay's there, nice enough to sleep on.
Yes.
Now, what is it you've got to trade? I gotta say, we haven't seen anyone in quite a little bit here. Run a little low on supplies, so.
Yes, we've come with we've got 2 goats and some other more trade supplies we're willing to part with as well.
He looks at the goats like that are with your group, and they're big ass goats, right? They're like bigger than like a normal goat. They're huge. Though you're trading those.
Yes, absolutely. We're looking, like I said, for lodging, food, and perhaps a guide. Is there anything else we need before we head that way?
Make sure you're stocked up on water is the main thing. It's been pretty dangerous lately, though. Sandstorms picking up, people going missing. There's not a lot of travel to Arias lately, except by boat.
Gotcha. Yes, we did hear of some kind of rumors, word of mouth of such happenings. Also, scorpions. Have you heard anything about them?
There are tales of the scorpions out there for sure. Yeah, they don't come here. They don't bother us, and well, most of us don't really go out into the desert. No real need to. People come to us one way or another while they're making this travel. So,
Yes.
yeah, and yeah, I've heard tale of the scorpions. Not really sure how true they are, but I suppose most rumors like that have some foundation. Might be fairy magic. Who knows?
The worst, really. Well, yes. If you guys, if you, we would like to kind of get situated. If you would, we can talk about trade and whatnot. If that's okay with you.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. Just quick question: those goats, are they breedable?
I'm gonna be honest. I have not checked.
Or do we have a male, female, or are they both?
Roll for it. We'll say just roll like a D4. 1 and 2 is male. 3, 4 is female.
All right. 4.
So that's 1 female.
Does somebody else want to roll just to make things fun, or?
I'll
Yes,
do it.
I will roll. Oh, Damon got it.
Alright. 2.
Jackpot.
All right, that makes them much more valuable because we could start breeding a few. Yeah, I'd be more than happy to sit down and talk. Please, let me. I don't think anyone else is coming out here today. My work isn't going anywhere. Come back to my house. I'd be more than happy to make you a meal, as meager as it might be.
Anything is a blessing.
Thank you.
Much
Well,
appreciated.
I like your attitude, son. Like I said, you're a scary-looking fellow, but you got a kind heart to you. I could tell.
I appreciate that. I try my best.
Will my wolves be able to stay in your barn? They're quite well behaved.
I prefer they didn't, if I'm being honest. The fact that they were standing over there, I was trying to block out of my brain a little bit. They look incredibly intimidating, but they didn't seem hostile. I don't know that I want them in my barn. I'm sorry, I just met you, stranger. That seems like a hard ask.
That's understandable.
What about the horses?
Horses, yeah, we got places to put up the horses. That's not a problem. Yeah, if there's, and you know what? The wolves, we can find somewhere to put them. I don't want to run around anyway, to be honest.
Oh, they'll stay around as long as I tell them to. But trust me, they're not hostile.
I trust you as much as I can trust anyone I just met, but those are some big ass wolves, and I don't know you.
Nevin just kind of looks to Elios, just be like, "See what I mean?"
Yeah, you see this dude lead you a little bit through the village. It's not big. He takes you to a house. It looks like it's a 1-story area. It looks like it's got a couple rooms. It has a nice barn off to the side. It's a couple cacti, and it looks like there's some kind of like root vegetable that's attempting to be grown here, though it is not doing so hot. But he leads you in. Yeah, it's just me here. Wife passed on a couple years back, so we don't have to worry about anyone else interrupting you. Please make yourself at home inside here. If anyone else help me put the horses up, I'd be more than happy to do that.
I got it.
Yeah, everyone else, please go inside. Make yourselves at home. We can discuss things further.
Head inside.
Mhm.
Then we'll go help the horses.
So yeah, I'd assume it was Damon. You go put up the horses. Barn's nice enough. It's too crowded for like the amount of horses and the goats that all fit in here, like long term. But for a night or so, it's not an issue. You kind of crowd them all in there. You see a couple spots he points out, like, all right, well, yeah, up here on the loft area is probably where you'd want to sleep, but you don't want to be down in all the animal crap. But you can get up there, you can put some fresh hay. It's nice enough.
So up on that loft area, what's the distance between the loft and the roof? Because like I don't sleep vertically, so I'm gonna need a lot of upwards.
What are you talking about? You don't sleep vertically.
Yeah, no, this would be good. And Damon's just gonna leave.
Weird folks. All right, couple wolves, couple. All right. Anyway, as the rest of you go inside, it's your standard home. It's a single man lives here. It's nothing like super valuable like on display. You see your basic utensils, things set up to be a kitchen. That you don't see any running water or anything like that in there. Damn, you might have saw that there's like a dug well in the back where it seems like they're probably getting water for like consumption. It's really dusty in there, Ilios. The sand, you could tell, it's a layer on everything.
Does Sebastian see like a broom anywhere by chance?
I feel like there would have to be something, otherwise it would get
Okay.
insane. Yeah.
So Sebastian's going to grab the broom and then start casting prestidigitation and listening out for him approaching and acting like, but he's basically going to clean everything and act like he's doing it by hand for when he comes in.
Yeah, it's probably like 10 or so minutes to get all the horses and everything situated. Damon comes back. He comes in, sees it. Oh, you got that layer of sand off everything.
Yes, well, you're sharing your home with us. I thought it was just the respect that I could lend to you.
Oh, I appreciate that. I mean, he'll be back this time next week, but, I do appreciate the thought there.
Absolutely. Nothing wrong with a good cleaning every now and then.
No, it's just, you keep doing it constantly when you live here, and, it just doesn't stick. If you hear my voice, it's really hoarse. It's like everyone around here kind of sounds like this. It's just a lot of sand.
Yes, absolutely.
But anyway, yeah, please have a seat. Let me get some porridge going, and I've got a couple walnuts I could add.
You don't happen to have any wine, do you?
Wine? Not personally. I have some for sale, though.
Yeah, how much for that, brother?
A goat's leg?
Damon is going to rustle through his bag, and his original... he swapped out his armor for the Archimedes armor, just because it was one armor was one better. He's going to pull out, in his bag, he's going to pop off the helmet and the golden skull of a horse, because he likes those and he wants to keep them. But his original gladiator armor, he is going to pull out, which is technically chainmail. And he's going to be like, how much for this?
That's fine armor you have there. You a soldier, son?
Used to be a mercenary back in the day.
I see. I'm in the company of the well-traveled type. Listen, between the goats and the armor, I gotta say the goats are probably more something I'm interested in. I don't even think I could repay you fully for the two together.
On the wine, we'll make it a little bit.
Let's talk. We got the goats, right? A male and a female. I'll be honest, that makes them more valuable. We could breed more, sell them, eat them. That's pretty valuable around here. I'm not gonna lie. Those are big work animals as well. We can get a lot of use out of those. I could definitely throw, like I said, a goat's leg alone is worth a bottle of wine if you ask me. Not to mention the rest of them. What is it you're looking for here? I'd be more than happy to trade what we have free. If it's provisions, I can give you what you're looking for. Water enough to at least last you a couple days. Wine. I think I maybe have 2 bottles. I could definitely throw that in there.
Let's start with the provisions and wine. Enough water for a few days. Some easy rations.
And then Damon's going to turn to the rest of the group.
Anything else you could think of?
Elios, your chicken, do you need feed for it as well?
Alright, I mean, I had like that. This chicken's not gonna make it through the desert. It was never meant to.
Okay, very well.
It has enough.
Okay, yes.
If you're looking to make a trade for the chicken as well, I might be interested in that. We've got chickens, but never hurts to have one more.
No, this chicken has its fate secured in place.
All right,
Chicken
yeah.
has a great purpose.
Cool. Yeah, I get it. People get attached to their animals. That's why I don't name any of mine. Yeah. Well, I mean, we do have. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think your horses are gonna make it through the desert either if you're taking them with you.
Why? Why would you say that? What?
Well, they require too much water.
How much water?
Well, a horse drinks a lot of water a day.
Damon would know. Damon would have the Carfax.
A horse requires a lot of water per day.
Mhm.
Would you say around 10 gallons of water?
That's specific. Maybe. I'm not sure about the
How much
exact.
did you say?
10 gallon.
10 gallons a day would be alright for the regular temperature. We go down to the desert, it could be upwards of double that
Per horse or for all?
per horse.
Per horse.
You would know how long the travel is to the town down south by Urias.
Yeah, it's. No, it really depends on a lot. Depends on if the sandstorm blows through or anything like that. If it does, you gotta hunker down immediately. You can't be out in there. You gotta look for any kind of shelter, even if it's a dune, just to get out of the way of it. Shouldn't be traveling in that. But clear skies, clear ways. You're looking at about maybe 3 days, 4 days, something like that.
Do you perhaps have any kind of like map that may give us the best routes possible?
Urias, no, it's sand. It's a lot of sand. If I could, he picks up like a little bit, like where Sebastian hasn't cleaned just yet. Takes like a line of sand. Like, this is as good as it gets. This is the map here. It's all the same.
It
You
was
just-
worth a try.
What matters is that you keep track of the stars. You don't want to lose your way. From where we are right now, it is directly southeast. Directly southeast. So if you don't err from your course, then you'll be good.
We're gonna need 320 gallons of water just for the horses.
I cannot
Can you-
provide that to you.
Oh my god. For one day over the whole trip, they.
No, he said 3 to 4 days. I thought I'd err on the side of caution. So for 4 horses, 4 days in this environment, we're looking at round about 320 gallons. If we would really wanted to skimp out on it, maybe we can go down to 300.
How much is that per day? How much water is that for one? Actually, for all the horses in one day, how much water do they need?
80.
Alright.
We might need to leave the horses here.
I could maybe do that.
How long would the journey be on foot? Is it a 4-day journey on foot?
Rounds about here. Well, I was counting if you are trying on horseback, that'd probably be more about 5 days or so. If you're on foot, you're looking at about maybe 6. Best case scenario, you got camels with you, which we do have a couple around here. They're not mine, but I think I know a man who could probably give you at least 2 of them in exchange for, if you made a 1-to-1 trade, the horses they might be willing to give up.
I'm not sure what good mounts would do us if not all of us have one.
This camel can hold 2 of you, no problem.
I can also ride my wolf, Damon.
All right.
Alright, yeah, we can trade them.
I can create water.
I thought you could, but I didn't know how much you could make.
A lot.
I'm like, okay, I'm gonna need, like, give me at least something to, how much is a lot?
It depends.
It depends.
I can make. Hold on. Water. Well, I have 2 different
You
things.
could make 1 water. You could make a singular water.
Even I can make 40 gallons of water
Okay.
at a time.
Okay. So 2 costs of that is enough for the horses.
Yeah, but I can do 40 and then I can do like 30.
What? Why?
What do you think I am? A magician? I can't just do
Yes!
whatever I want.
He's over there stirring the porridge.
I can do 40. And I can do 30. And then 30, and then 30, and then 20, and then 20, and then 20, and then 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
Yes, okay, I understand now. I thought you were just weirdly skimping out on me the second cast.
The visual image of him just like pouring, and then the background, you're like, what do you mean? You're not...
I'm just saying it's an option. But I don't know, that really burned me out.
Shit, man, I don't know.
As if you want to give the horses water every day, or enough water every day.
Yes, we do!
He did mention that you could get 2 camels for 2 horses, so you could reduce the number of horses technically. Keep 2 horses, which one is a war horse, I believe.
Yeah. Sebastian's was a warhorse.
I'm just letting you know that it is an option, alright? Because I know how much you like your damned horses, but we can trade them away, if you want, for camels. Which are horse cousins, clearly.
Horse adjacent, if you will.
Oh, yes, horse adjacent. Is there a god of camels? Does that fall under my dad's domain? Helios, you know about gods.
I don't think there is a camel god. I also don't think that would fall under his domain, because there's also, like, cats, and it's not like... I don't know if there's any feline-orientated god.
I think there is.
Is there?
I believe so. Let me double check, but I think so. You can keep going on. I'm going to check at that. I think there is a cat one, though.
Alright, well, the point I feel like with the pattern of the domains is, like, very specific to the animal. Though with certain gods, even though they don't have an animal domain, they do have favorite animals, some with even animal companions.
Yeah, like trust with the birds.
Yeah, so there could be a god that has, like, a camel companion. I mean, even Versatrix had flying tigers.
It's really cool.
That's not. I don't think that really pertains to her domain as a god, as it is more so that she just likes them and, you know, breeds them.
Yeah, they're just rad as fuck. Yeah, I know, I get it.
Right.
Oh, Sparrowhead winks.
There is Materia, which is the goddess of deserts, oases, and cats.
Oh,
perfect.
wow.
Okay, listen, I do like horses. In this, okay, I'm gonna say this and you're not gonna believe me. I'm not, like, that obsessed with horses. We can sell them. I knew you wouldn't believe it. I'm fine with selling them. It's just if we start selling them to people who are gonna kill them and hurt them and shit like that. But this guy seems fine. We could sell them. They're just gonna have the same life they had anywhere else doing horse shit. So if we would like to swap them out for camels, I'm fine with that.
That's obviously the right choice, is to swap them out for camels. I was just
Yes.
trying to save your feelings.
And even if you would like to, at least keep one, maybe two, I don't need my horse. Like I said, I can ride my wolves. So for sure, we can at least get rid of one.
We can keep my horse as is my gift to you, because I specifically played more so I could give you that horse, and it'd be better than the other horses.
Thank you. Alright, so we keep the war horse. Sell 2 of them for camels. Now the 4th horse is up in the air. Do we keep it? Do we sell it?
It's
We
gonna
did-
be more water.
We didn't really need it, do we? Plus, if we're looking at traveling back or by boat or even by desert, it's still just gonna be there. And then we have camels, so... So camels can still walk through the terrain. It's just weird to be riding a camel in, like, the forest.
Yeah. Hey, sir, is there like
Yeah.
anything fun to do in town? Like, is there like a horse's worth of fun we can have? Like, if we were to sell the horse, guys got
Horse
like
is worth the fun. Well, it depends what you mean by fun. Probably not. A lot of work.
a lot of work. No.
Yeah.
it's not fun.
But there's fun in that.
Mhm.
Something about
Gratification, maybe.
Yeah, I find it fun to really, make myself better than the man I was yesterday. For me, that's
I really
fun. And,
respect
I'm
that.
always striving to, work at my crafts and, I'm just kind of, I'm a general contractor around here. I can do all kind of stuff, all the houses, and
Must be blessed by
Yeah, but-
Johan. They'd like each other for sure.
I'm gonna take the word from you. All right. But I was kind of thinking more like, hookers and alcohol kind of fun.
Oh my god,
Um,
demon.
I mean, as I mentioned, we have 2 bottles of wine I'd be willing to give you.
What do you think you
um,
are right now?
We do have mead.
I was using those as examples. Like,
Some of the folks around here are looser than others. They might be willing.
Demon, you're the kind of person to go for a hooker?
I'm just. I was using
Wow.
those as examples for what.
I would have never used that as an example. Didn't even cross my mind, actually.
I guess we know where Spyro gets it from.
Right.
Fucking hell.
Right, now that we know where Damon stands, I just take that. There was like a shed.
It was
here that
one
was
time
half-
in Ichinos, okay? I just
Oh,
want.
right. All right. That's disgusting. Can you get us the wine, please?
Yeah. So, I mean, what else did you guys want? Like I said, we're meager in our means here, but
Yes, we're looking at the camels, the provisions, and the water. Other than that,
we need some tools, maybe. I don't know if you might need some kind of tools. I can make those if needed, maybe.
What kind of tools would we need?
Do you have any kind of very sturdy, possibly sturdier than normal tarp that we can at least take cover if a sandstorm does occur?
We could, yeah. No, we could definitely get you something like that. Yeah,
Yeah, let's do that.
I get you a tarp. You make it like materials, make a tent out there in the desert. It's probably smart if you don't have it already. I'm surprised you came this far without that, but yeah, I could definitely get it for you.
Perfect. Do you have any fabric we can use as masks just to save our lungs from?
Yeah.
Mine's already there, but the others.
Yeah, listen, we don't even bother nowadays. I just go wear it all the time. But yeah, no, we could definitely get you something like that. Yeah, we got hats as well that you kind of keep the sun out of your eyes and the sand out a little bit as well.
We'll take
In general, we got desert clothing that you're not really dressed for, any of you. Oh, you got a lot of exposed skin and you don't want to do that.
We bought desert clothes.
You, oh, you're not wearing them though.
Well, no,
Yeah,
we're not
I'd
wearing
assume.
them, but we
Yeah.
bought except Sebastian.
Oh.
Sebastian's came pre-wrapped.
Pre-wrapped.
We have
I don't like
the
that.
clothing. We have the clothing. Yeah, but we'll take the tent equipment, provisions, wine, and we'll talk to your friend about the camels.
Yeah.
Tomorrow morning when we head out.
No, yeah, I'm sure they'd be down for that. Camels are good for riding through the desert, but like I said, we don't really go that way very often. It's more for traders that are looking to go that way, have them on stock, but workhorses go much further around here. So,
Perfect.
yeah, I mean, I can go get you that wine, other things we talked about. I still don't feel like I'm striking a fair deal on your end, so if anything else comes to mind before you head out, I'd be happy to discuss. I don't want you leaving here feeling like you got ripped off. That's not the kind of place we are, the kind of people, we don't want that message going out. Well, I'm gonna go head back to where I got the wine stored, my little shop out there. Finish up a couple things. I'll bring it to you guys. Feel free to make yourself a home.
We'll do. Thank you.
Alright. Yeah. He heads back out the door.
Well,
It looks like we're in good shape now.
Yes, yes.
Do you guys know how to navigate by the stars?
Would David know how to? David's traveled a lot.
Anyone can roll me. What do I want to call this? History or Arcana, I would allow.
Yeah, that's crazy. Nothing like wisdom based or anything.
Can I argue survival?
You can argue survival.
I will do survival.
You can argue survival.
I'll do history.
16.
Sebastian's got it on lock.
I feel star navigation is more about like just a pure knowledge though of knowing what. So that's why I went the more intelligence based ones, but survival is fine.
I got a 9 anyway. David don't know shit.
Elios, Nevin, you know the basics. Like you could, your basic constellations that are out there. It could you could probably figure out your orientation, but you're no experts at it. For some reason, Sebastian, though, you got that shit on lock. Why does Sebastian know so much about star travel?
There is a lot of myth and tales that are based in the stars, and that that figures have people that have been favored by the gods, and the tales that they went basically the travel that they went through ended with them being monuments in the stars. So I would say that's probably where he would have got that knowledge from.
Well, and it has it on lock what all those constellations are, all the stories.
Yep.
That's also why I was like history or Arcana as well, because it does involve like all of the magics of why those are there. That's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, you got that unlocked, Sebastian. You're pretty confident you could at the very least keep a solid direction on land as long as the stars are visible.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so does anyone know how to navigate?
Yeah, we'll it shouldn't be too difficult. We'll basically just be following Orion's belt all the way there.
That's
Who's
alright.
Orion?
Yeah.
Oh, you haven't heard the tale of Orion, a champion in his own right. Maybe a time for later, though. I did want to talk to you all. I've had to make some decisions recently that will undoubtedly affect the group. That being said, I have done this for the group, and Nevin probably knows a little bit what I'm talking about. Strix spoke with me and wanted me to kill Nevin. and steal the power of fate. I have decided that that is not the best course for me and what I want. So I have decided that there may be some issues with my current dealings. If Strix gives me no choice, I think I can no longer follow her. And with that, he takes his box out and sets it down. I am the god of execution now. I am, as she put it, strong enough as I currently am. And I would like your thoughts as well on the current predicament I'm in, because this will mean inevitable conflict with Istrix.
I think you're really stuck between a rock and a hard place, but I think you're making the right choice. I know that every one of us here is going to have your back. I think it might not be easy, but I think you'll do okay.
I agree. Sebastian, being chained up, an employee of somebody else, it's not real freedom. And everyone deserves their chance at freedom.
We already have so many gods mad at us. What's another at this point?
And Sebastian will put down his disguised self and he will start unwrapping. He'll probably go up to the arm on both hands, and then he will take his mask off. You guys have seen briefly what he looks like, but he's going to let you see what he deals with, like his true appearance that he doesn't typically allow anybody to see ever. I want you guys to know that I hold this group as very important to me, and I am turning my back on the one person that has raised me, and the only thing that has loved me since I was born. I cherish you guys enough to throw that away. And I want you guys to see me as I am. Sebastian, the god of execution. And you'll see, as you look at the eyes, colors will shift. Brown, green, black, purple. The face changing bone structure, the thickness of the face, the complexion, the hair falling straight at times, pulling and curling. As he sits, you see slowly height shift and change, taller and shorter as time passes.
Sebastian, as you show everyone your visage here, you take your box, you put it down, and in your heart, you feel that you've cut yourself from the box and from Istrix.
Mm-hmm.
As that happens, and you're all staring at this swirling, changing shape that is Sebastian and what he's dealing with. First, Sebastian, for the first time in a long time, your mind is quiet. Feels like it's your own. Second, is as you fully cut yourself off from this box, you feel and the others see your face begins to settle on what it originally was. Whether you even know what that is or not, who knows? But it begins to take a form. What do you think that form looks like?
Probably a thinner, visage, very, I would say not malnourished, but the strength that he does have would show. He would have a very low body fat percentage from basically eating just enough to get by most of his life. You'll see probably a decently lean figure, well tanned from traveling by himself. Eyes, emerald green, curly brown hair, and probably sitting at around 5'7" ish. It would be probably the height.
As this form settles into one visage, the rest of you who were down several nights prior when the bridge fell and are on the ground, and if you recall, Sebastian summoned a figure. It was of a woman that looked rather nondescript, not well dressed, kind of a little bit like dark, raddyish hair, a little bit unkempt looking. And for some reason, Sebastian summoned this figure using some kind of illusion magic. Sebastian, you believed this to be Istrix when you summoned it. Everyone else simply saw a normal looking woman. And as you look at Sebastian and you have the picture of that woman that he summoned, there is a very clear resemblance between the two.
Sorry, you just look a lot like my dad.
It's not the right thing to say right now,
I
Damon.
didn't know what else to say.
Sebastian will. What do you mean? And then look down. What? I've looked like I did before since I was born. It It drove my mother mad. Why do I look like this now? What was done to me? And you see his fist clench. Well, this is not what I expected, I'm going to be honest. I really thought you guys were going to continue to see a shifting visage, but, well, I guess this is an event that merits such a drastic change.
Sebastian,
Yes.
I feel like I'm a major component in this change. May I speak with you privately?
Yeah, sure. Yes, that would be fine.
And Nevin's gonna stand up and kind of walk outside.
Sebastian will follow. He's still like kind of awed, looking at himself while like watching his sandaled feet one after the other.
As soon as we get decently far away from the hut, Nevin's gonna point to her head and kind of indicate to Sebastian to try and communicate telepathically, if he's able to.
Sebastian, for the first time, is going to, instead of channeling through the box he's always had, call upon that feeling he always got when somebody was down and he attacked at them, and it kind of guided. He's gonna look for that guidance again in form of a link to him, and he's going to attempt to cast message.
Box or no box, you have power within you. You try to aim your thoughts straight and narrow, thinking of how your blast had gone before, and you were able to connect with Nevin.
Yes, what would you like to talk about?
Sam, Kawhi, may I have you take your headphones off?
Ooh, okay.
Sebastian, this is
Yes.
a great sacrifice that you made. So I would like to offer you an accord. You're the first person that I'm telling this to since, in a long while, let's say that. I'm the goddess Vera. And I may be able to restore some of your abilities. For instance, the one where you can change your form. Now, this will be different from Istrix's hold over you. This isn't a subordinate and master. This is a mutual agreement. Now, obviously you have power. I'm going to assume you have access to most of your abilities. But if you do not, I can share some of mine with you.
Sebastian will reply, I appreciate this kindness. I have lived my life using the power of others. I wish to now stand on my own. For right now, at least, I am going to reject your offer.
That's fair. The offer will always stand. But, of course, this stays between us.
Absolutely. Yeah, I have full trust in you, as I would hope you me, and I take I take your words very serious, and I will take those until I am directed not to. This stays between you and me.
For now, of course. Once we're out of prying eyes, everyone will know.
Yes, it is. That's very cool, though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of starstruck.
And Nevin will kind of give a smile and pat you on the shoulder, and she'll kind of walk with you back into the house.
Real quick before everyone puts their headphones back on, Nevin,
Mhm.
as you admit out loud who you are, and like your body has gained power recently, and you, as you verbalize, like put it physically out there for someone else to hear, I am this person. Out of Vera's 3 domains, which you do not have a strong grasp over still, which do you feel resonates with you the most in this moment?
The blades.
The blades.
Mhm.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind as we go forward.
Gotcha.
Everyone else can put their headphone back on. Alright. Those two walk back into the house after the discussion. Elios and Damon, you got porridge to eat with walnuts in it.
Yeah.
Damon, while they were out, Damon's probably like, "Don't teach me how to read." Something.
Why are you thinking about that right now?
No. What are you thinking about?
What Sebastian just talked about. What else would I be thinking about right now?
I don't know. I felt like it was pretty cut and dry.
I don't know. I guess I could empathize. I understand.
I could only imagine what he's been through, and those tricks gave him all he's ever known. Breaking away from that must be tough.
Yes, it's hard when you have someone you look up to who ends up using you. Yes. I can teach you how to read, absolutely.
Cool. Sweet. I think about the chance.
What language? Just common?
I mean, yeah, let's start small. Like, it'd be weird if we just immediately branched down to something crazy. Let's just do common.
Do you only speak common? I mean, aren't you bilingual?
I speak Celestial.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you want to learn how to read Celestial. It kind of depends on what you're wanting to read.
Just anything, really. Anything's a good baseline.
Just
Alright,
anything. I just
You know
want
what
to
I
be
go
able
to,
to
like-
read signs.
Yeah, like when I go to like a city, I gotta like. It's super helpful when there's like a little picture next to the store, so I know what I'm like. Otherwise, I'm just
I
guessing.
didn't even think about that. That you can't read signs like a.
That's why
places.
I like blacksmiths, because they got that like that anvil. It's on every blacksmith you go to. They got that little picture. I'm like, I know what this is, but like
All right.
general
Yeah.
stores wouldn't have a clue.
Yeah, so foreign to me. I could teach you how to read common. Absolutely.
At this point, I think both Nevin and Sebastian would walk in. Well, we're back.
You guys hug it out outside.
We did actually.
Yeah, it was a very touching moment, really.
Did you
Yes, and-
smooch? You guys aren't smooching on the down low, are
Absolutely not. No.
No, I think we should all group hug now because you said that. Helios,
you? Nope.
bring it in.
You could get very
Bring it
sick
in.
touching me. It's not even a joke.
It's just a little embarrassing that I needed to talk with Sebastian and say how thankful I was.
What do you think? Oh, because he didn't kill you. Right.
Well, he also kind of gave up a lot for me, so you know.
Well, he gave up a lot for you, but in the long run, this is also for Sebastian. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you feel about it right now, Sebastian, but
I feel like it was the best choice for me.
well, I'm glad you feel that way. I just wanted to let you know I could empathize with your situation. I know what it feels like to be used by someone I thought cares about me. You know, and honestly, maybe she did. Maybe she still does. But people still use people they love. And that's what makes things hard. And you have to draw the line in the sand and stand up for yourself in situations like that.
Yes, well, I've got a lot of thinking to do. Definitely after. God, it's so weird. These hands are so weird. I could. They're not changing. That's all. That's all I've ever known.
Isn't it calming?
It's something. A lot more quiet in my head as well. Weird. And starts eating porridge. I'll be honest, guys. I don't know what to do with the puzzle box because I don't ever want to touch it again. Bound to
You
bring
want to like
ruin.
throw it super far into the desert, or just like fucking hit it?
I don't want anybody to touch it. That's the last thing I want anybody to. We need to find a. This is a very dangerous relic. This is a very dangerous. I think we'll mage hand it into a separate bag. Would be the best option, and then while we're traveling through the desert, find somewhere to bury it.
I could attempt to dispel the magic on it, but it may be beyond my reach.
That would be very impressive if you could. So it's an option, for sure.
Not something I could do right now, but perhaps later.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
It would be as difficult possibly as breaking a curse on that lady.
Mm-hmm.
I would, yes.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Because, yes, this is designed by God. But you never know till you try, right?
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of
Again,
all of
we're-
that, I just remembered that I need to send a message to the princess, or the queen now, about that archery tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Do we still want to do that?
Absolutely.
Right. Let me pull up a Google Doc of the wording.
While that's happening, David's going to turn to, I forgot his name, the dude who's hosted us.
Oh, he hasn't come back yet.
God damn it.
Imagine that guy was just sitting there after all that.
Huh? No, his name is Agepatos.
Give it to us.
Agepatos. But yeah, he hasn't come back yet. He said he was gonna go back to a store and do a couple things first too. So it might be a little bit.
You know, maybe we can have a Petigos give us a lockbox. We can put the box inside that box, and then bury it out in the middle of the desert, lock it, and we'll destroy the key or something of the sort. Just for an extra layer of protection.
Yes, that would work. Like I said, I'm just weary because this could cause absolute chaos to anyone that touches it.
Well, we have a lot to think about before we head out, so.
Y'all are just chilling. Damon, if you did want to talk to him, he would come back in say like an hour or so.
Yeah, then we'll just catch him during some point during the night.
Did a woman come through here? Maybe it would have been anywhere in the last week. Horse breeder came in through with some horses.
No, I think I know what you're talking about. No. There's very famous horse breeders though down in Arias though.
Yeah.
There's only one that's a woman though. She's quite good, I hear.
That's who we're going to make. So we're just waiting down. She didn't come through here recently.
No, I assume she took the passage by boat.
Makes sense. Any info you can give us on her? Anything you know about her?
I'm gonna roll. So go ahead and roll for me. Roll me a d20.
11.
11. Okay.
He knows
Let me pull-
11 bits of information about her.
Let me pull this up then. Yeah, 11. She had 11 bits of information about her.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not how that works.
What I said.
11 numbers on only 11 numbers on her credit card.
Okay.
So, yeah. Her name's Lysintha. She's a relatively young woman. I'd imagine somewhere around your age. She's pretty good at her job. She sponsors one of the teams in the chariot races. I know, Team Indigo. I heard they haven't been doing too well. But I haven't been to see those since I was a young man. Anyway, though. Yeah, I heard she sponsors a team, so she must be doing pretty well for herself.
Good for her. Do you know what she looks like? Just the description, hair color, eye color, anything like that?
No, I've never seen her before. I've heard about her.
Makes sense. Well, I guess we're gonna go have a date onto the chariot races then.
Yeah, they're fun. I saw them when I was, it's been more than 20 years now, but they were fun back then. I'm not sure if they're any different now, but
Can't have changed that much. Thank you. Just thought I'd try to get as much worth out of those goats as we could, so I thought I'd ask you a few questions.
oh
You've been
no,
great help.
that's no problem at all. I'm happy to give that to anyone passing through. It's nothing secretive. Have you thought anything else you might want in exchange?
Feel like we got most of what we need. Unless you can think of something we're missing. We don't really go traveling through deserts too often.
No, if you've got shelter, you got food, you got the right clothes. It's never a surefire thing. Well, you said you wanted information, right? There might be something I can give you. This is just a hearsay thing. I don't know if there's anything to it. But it's something a lot of the young people say, especially when they don't want to travel through the desert. The more conceited ones, anyway. There is a rumor that attractive people, based on whatever standards, but conventionally attractive people seem to go missing at a higher rate as they're traveling through for some reason.
No information about slavers? Anything like
No,
that? This seems
not
to be
that
a
I'm aware
superstitious
of.
rumor.
No, that's just one of them rumors going around. I don't know what that's about, but and overall, you're a good-looking lot, so.
Would you perhaps have like I don't know, would you say like makeup? Maybe something we could cover it up. I'm well versed in costume and that sort, so perhaps maybe I can make us all look a little worse.
Just out of curiosity, Sebastian, how do you look in this moment as you're talking to this guy?
I would have put my disguise self back on to what he has seen me look like.
Okay. Yep. It works. It doesn't seem like there's any issue there. Yeah, makeups. Yeah, sure. No.
Not a ton, but yeah, we definitely got stuff you could do your face up with.
All right. Yes. Before we make out, I will. Before we leave, I will. I will attune all your faces less attractive.
You see Nevin kind of wince at this. All right.
Yeah, I feel like I want to risk it.
David doesn't give a shit. Just make me look like I did after a bad week in the pits.
Actually, I didn't. I've just realized I don't need makeup to make myself look bad, actually. Just gotta. You know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I'll just it'll all work out. But yes, if we could get like a paint set and maybe something, I can alter the.
Now, you can
Wait,
add to your
sorry.
inventory, Sebastian, disguise kit and paint set. You can get both. I believe those are both like official items that you can have.
I feel like we're missing something because this guy keeps being like, "Is there anything else we can get you?" And we're like, "No,
No,
we just don't want to get plastered tonight."
If there was like something legitimately you needed for the desert, like I would have suggested it. There's nothing that's coming to my mind immediately either. But this guy feels like two giant fucking goats have a lot of value, and he wants to feel like you've got your values worth. Like he feels like
Mhm.
he wants it to be a good trade. That's legitimately the character. Like I don't want to leave you feeling ripped off. As from the DM perspective, there's nothing specific like desert travel wise that I feel like you're missing. And if it comes up later, I'll say that you got it here.
Damon, do something to make this guy feel better. I don't know what to ask for.
What do you want me to ask for?
I don't know, you can think of more
I-
common things, right?
I think we've got everything we need. I think we've got it all covered. Think of anything else as just payment for the great hospitality and the great company.
Truly, you honor me. I will pray to the gods for your favor at the very least as you travel.
Which ones? You gotta be a bit picky when it comes to us.
Which, well, I didn't really have anyone specific in mind, but I suppose when you're going through the desert, so hell yeah.
I'm happy with that.
Much appreciated.
Also, we didn't want these goats to die in the desert as partly too, so it's nice that they get a home here. Even if they get slaughtered, it's better than dying in the desert.
As long as you're leaving and you're not feeling that I've done you wrong, then we're fine.
Yeah, I'll
Food,
give you 5 stars. The next book I write, 10 out of
Thank you.
10 would recommend.
We don't get a lot of books or scrolls around here, but just knowing that it's out there from a young author, like that means a lot. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Well, I'll head to my room. You probably don't want to talk to some old man all night. I'll head to my room. There's the spare room there. It just has the one bed, I'm afraid, but there's plenty of hay in the barn. I showed your friend here the loft. It should be comfortable enough.
Elios, you can have the spare room.
Alright, I was gonna be
Yeah,
nice
that's fair.
and offer it, but if you guys are just saying it, then I'll go ahead. Oh no, I'm already in the room.
Good luck.
Are we going to bed? I thought we just got the wine.
Oh, there's wine?
Yeah, there's like 2 bottles of wine. I'd say he'd also probably bring like a small cask of like a mead or like a very easy to make
Mhm.
alcohol.
David grabs that.
He just puts his stuff in the bedroom.
Throws it on the bed. Like this is
Yeah.
mine.
All the scrolls. Open the bottle, Eamon. Come on.
David's like about to shotgun this casket of like fucking meat, and he's like, "Oh, okay, the wine first." Yeah, and he grabs it, pops the cork, hands it to Ilias.
Yes, excellent. Very good. We have cups? We have cups, right?
There's cups, yeah, for sure.
Okay. Yes, we'll pour everyone a glass. Pinky up.
Well, a toast to new beginnings.
Smells
Yes.
off,
What?
But I'm really a wine guy.
What do you mean? What do you drink? That doesn't taste. There's no way that tastes better.
No, but it's what I'm used to.
This would be better if we had like an arrangement of cheese.
There's a couple nuts left over.
In the porridge.
Yep.
Oh.
Tim's gonna get a bowl of porridge and then like grab some of the walnuts just between his hands, just like crush them so they're flakes, and then garnish those on the porridge so it looks fancy. And he killed like Malish, and he'll hand it to Ilias.
You crush that with your hand? I like the idea, but you put the horses away. Did you wash your hands?
Ilias, you know Damon didn't.
Okay, but I appreciate, it's appreciated. Thank you. I'm full. Alright, well, let's talk about something like lighthearted. Do we have any nice topics?
Well, I feel like we're all a little bit closer.
What do you think?
Mm-hmm.
If you had to put a scale on our friendship scores, what do you think?
I mean, we were like at a maybe 3.5. I think we're at least a 6 now.
Oh! I think getting blasted by string pulls us together.
Mm-hmm.
Da-dum-tsh.
It's metaphorical.
It is metaphorical.
I'm happy with a 6.
I'm gonna be honest. I would not have not cut myself off from Mystics if we were at a 6. For me, we're at like an 8.
You know what?
Mine
I agree with you. I think we're at least
It's
an
very
8.
disheartening for you guys to say we're at a 6 after I just
I didn't
Threw
say
away.
I didn't give a number yet, alright?
Yeah,
It was
That was
Nevin.
as a group. Sebastian, you and me,
Mhm.
10 out of 10.
I appreciate it. That's what I'm looking for. That's the kind of energy I'm trying to bring to this table here.
I feel like feelings are gonna get hurt if we start throwing individual numbers out. I feel like some people feelings are gonna get hurt. I like all of you.
Yes,
Oh, God.
I'm saying all of us as a group, I rate us 10 out of 10 closeness. Okay?
You said 8 before. That's a big jump.
All right, well, a 10 was thrown out. Bars raised.
Fair enough.
Alright, upping the
Nevin.
ante.
Nevin's bloody mage hand goes next to Sebastian and kind of pulls in for a hug.
Around the shoulder.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright. Well, that's nice. I've never had friends before other than my cousins.
I can tell by the way you said that.
Yes, closest is a strange foreign object to me. I don't know how like friends are written in like a book, but like there's usually like some big event that happens and they're clasp hands together and then the ride or die, but then the friend dies in the end, so
Okay, well, I think I think we filled that box already. Did we not? I feel like everybody almost dying in a thready grave would constitute that.
Yes, but only you and Damon like kind of clasped. You guys didn't really grab hands. It was like a little forehead moment. Might steal that.
Yeah, I
Good
mean,
concept.
we can all grab hands right now. I'm
Nope.
ready.
Grab each other's hands. I think you're the only one who's like clean right now, actually, Sebastian.
I can clean everybody else if you want me to. We can all hold hands clean together.
I don't.
If we're voting on the Kumbaya circle, I with Elios am against that, like, not because I'm a germaphobe, and that feels like that's awkward to do it in some dude's living room.
Wow, you guys are really not bringing the energy that I was hoping for. This is all right. Well,
Listen. Why don't we play a friendly game? All right. Does anyone have a? Does anyone carry a game set with them?
Yeah, give me a second.
Everyone furiously searches their equipment.
and I
Shovel, hand axe, arrows.
We could do something with that. You guys ever played shovel, hand axe, arrows?
I've got a flute. I can play some music.
That could be
I
nice.
still have some fire sand left.
Fire sand.
Yeah, the sand I throw in the campfire before I make it.
Why? What would you do with that right now?
I don't know. I got some daggers. We could all play Don't Cut Your Hand.
I'm good at that game.
Yeah, you know the one?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not.
Nice.
Every time
Yeah.
you cut your hand, you have to drink. How's that?
Okay. Well, hold on. Let me send a message to the queen real quick. Well, and try to just think of something better than that. I don't know what, but anything better than don't cut yourself.
Me and Neville will play when you do the.
Yeah, Nevin pulls out one of her daggers and
So
Fuck!
that you roll me a sleight of hand.
Fuck!
It's one of the only rolls I hope I rolled dog shit.
21.
Yep, that makes sense. Yeah,
Damien-
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
Damon, you see essentially the scene from Aliens. Just
Yeah, Damon goes thumb, middle finger, fuck, okay. Thumb, middle finger, fuck, okay. Thumb, middle, and just.
The damage you've dealt to this man's table, now the deal is a bit more even.
God damn it. Okay.
he comes out in the morning, looks at the holes. He's like, "What the fuck?"
All right. I will send my message, 25 words
Okay.
that I have pre-written. What time of day is it?
It's night. It's like purely night.
Okay. I'm not sending her a 2 a.m. text, right?
No, it's not. It's not a 2 a.m. you up text. It's like a
Pretty cool
10
point.
p.m. Like,
Okay. Is it Zendaya? Zanda?
Nope.
it is. I think
Zendaya?
it's
Yeah,
Zendaya.
Zendaya
From
and Iggy Azaleas?
yeah, it's Zendaya and Iggy Azalea. No, it's Let me go back to.
I have it written
Me too.
Z-A-N-D-A.
I just want to make sure I don't say it wrong. Archimus. It is Queen Zanias.
No, I'm talking about the god.
Oh,
Xanda.
Xanda?
Xanda.
Mm-hmm.
Xanda, okay. Alright, as a friend, please host an archery tournament in the name of Xanda in honor of Vera, named... And then it's gonna be that word in... What is it? Sylvan,
Sylvan?
right? Yes. That translates to find us.
Hmm.
Make preparations for now. Date later. So, third level. She can't respond to this message. I don't have the words to tell her she can respond to the message.
I think, what would you even hear back? It would be like, Elios, is that your voice in my head? Am I going mad? What's... No, you have powers, right? It might actually be you. What exactly? And then...
It is the end of the day. You could do it again if you wanted.
What did she say?
Can I just spend as many spell slots to communicate this?
Yeah.
Okay. How many spell slots do you think it would take to communicate this?
You got 2 more?
I have 2 more and a 4th level.
Alright, yeah, I'll say 2 more gets the job done.
Alright, so he has to blow all his third, trying to get this girl to understand.
I'm doing what exactly? Okay, yeah, it gets through.
Alright. Does she agree?
Yeah, I think she would agree, yeah.
Okay.
I think do you give like at least a vague reasoning as to why? She would ask that as part of her agreeing, yeah.
If she asked, I would think about it and confer to the group. I don't know what we want to say.
I suppose we could just say that we're big fans?
Alright. I don't know if that's enough. We just tell the queen. Oh, it's because we're big fans. We just...
I think she's too smart to buy that.
I mean, we could
always say we're looking for potential allies.
We could just say that we're trying to gain favor. I mean, we're just worshipping
That's
in our
what
own
we're
way.
doing.
And we're not lying about it, so, you know.
Gain favor with the god. We're trying to get the god's attention. We're trying to commune with this god right now. But I don't know if that's like a little bit much to tell, you know, mortal.
She watched. She met.
I know.
And saw the gods.
Some mortals don't want that kind of attention.
Tell her maybe that this would kind of secure her position of power, to have a god's eye on them at least, in case they're invaded again.
Alright, I guess we could do a combo. I could say that we're trying to gain his favor because we're looking for god allies, and it would be favorable for Archimus to have a god that's favoring their city. Alright. Ilias will convey that.
On the third message, she says something along the lines of, yes, fair enough. I can make sure that gets taken care of. I'm hosting the wedding anyway, so we can try to coincide.
God damn it! Ilias burns up with level slot to ask about the wedding.
Not even vital. We just want the tea.
Yeah. She says that Ilias is like
So on
fighting
character for Ilya.
the inner demon of drama, tea, gossip.
So you just like ask about like what wedding or?
Yes. What wedding? Give me all the details. 25 words.
Well, as part of our deal, I will be marrying a prominent member from Aitanos in order to secure the city of Archimus.
I think that's about almost perfect, actually, at 25.
Yeah, I loosely counted as I said it.
Ilias will tell the group this.
Good for her.
Congratulations. Ish. I'm not sure how stoked she is about it.
Good, yeah. When you're in a position like that, I mean, it's just business.
If you remember, she actually suggested that as a means of making sure that things stayed safe as a guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
You essentially won her that marriage.
Period.
What?
All right. Well, I'm good to hit the hay. Is everybody else about ready to go to sleep? It's getting pretty late.
We didn't even play. I was like, let's play a game. They cut them. Well, Damon cut himself like 3 times. Now you're ready to go to bed?
Damon, do you want me to try it on you?
Sure.
She's gonna try it.
Slide a hand.
Oh, wait. Look at the table. We're destroying this man's table.
Bobbin, you
All
want?
right, yeah, in the barn. No, in the barn.
Oh, okay.
Let's do it like a very hard to see corner of the barn.
Yeah, we can do
Celios, go to the barn.
No. They go to the barn and Elias goes to his room.
All right. He just goes to his room, maybe looks over a couple scrolls then, and the other
Yes.
3 go to the barn, play Don't Stab Yourself by accident.
Yeah.
More cosmic horror reading.
Mm. Yeah, as you peer through, you feel like you've gotten the gist of it. You're just kind of getting more details. There are 13. It's not nearly as smooth. It's hard doing it to someone else's hand. He's got big beefy fingers.
Yeah, like Nevin can't like reach around.
Elios, though, you do start to see, like, as you're reading through, more and more detail about specific gods and the path that she thought was supposed to be intended for them and how they have deviated. There are mentions of several of the gods there, major players.
They'll get names.
Yeah, we'll get. I'll give you more of that a little bit later, in more detail.
And also before bed, Nevin would feed her wolves some of the rations that she's salvaged from the bandit camp.
Easily
You know.
enough done.
Spend some time with them before bed.
Yeah, the wolves I'd say would probably be like tied up a bit from the barn, essentially leashed to like a fence somewhere that's on the property line.
Mhm.
But yeah, the 3 of you up in the loft, anything other than playing Don't Stab Yourself?
Sebastian would probably be like, I can't play the don't stab. I can't miss. The hand is just laying there. There's no way for me to not hit it.
It's too still for you.
My domain just pulls the knife into my fingers.
My
Ah,
hand counts as prone. It's an auto crit.
As you all lay down then, anything else? Looks like you might say something, Sam. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Do you guys think I got the domain of fertility or peace? I don't know which one I got.
I'd
I
like
would
to
say-
think peace.
probably peace because I don't want to think about the other option.
Neither do I.
Yep, good talk.
I guess we'll find out at some point.
I don't like the implication of that.
Although
I-
the way you were talking before,
I
makes
don't
me
like that
question.
either.
It's one time. I've just gotten out of the Coliseum. It's 3 years. There's not much to do in there. I'm gonna go to bed, guys. Good night.
Yeah, Nevin goes to bed too.
Sebastian, as you lay there that night, the voice that you could call upon that has so often entered your head is absent. It does not speak to you. And as you close your eyes and you're in that kind of halfway state between asleep and awake, where you are dreaming but also kind of aware of reality, you start to experience memories that, well, you don't remember them. You don't remember them actually happening, but they're coming to you as if they did. And you see that form of Istrix that you summoned that night tucking you into bed. You hear the voice, and it's so eerily reminiscent of that voice that was in your head for so long. And a couple of these images just come to you, and they are comfortable. And though they are not something you're fully understanding or comprehending, and there's a lot going on internally for you right now, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
They offer an odd sense of like a home feeling that's been lacking for quite some time as you drift
Yeah.
off to sleep.
They're probably, as he gets that sense of home and belonging, single tear would probably just will find its way down his face.
We watch that single tear drip down, pan over as it hits the floorboards of the loft. We fade to black. That'll be the end of our session there.
Crazy session. Oof.
Really good.
What
Mhm.
happened?
And I think like perfectly 4-ish hours.
Yeah, 1 minute off.
Yep.
Mhm.
30 seconds off.
Okay, let's vamp for 30 seconds. Do the outro, Sam.
Thank you guys everyone for tuning into this episode of Life of Dice. Love yourself, love each other, love animals, and stay tuned next week for the amazing adventures of the New Year group, which
The
is
Amazing
Blue-
Adventures of Phasmophobia.
Oh, that's right. We're playing Phasmophobia next week because Raiders away, so we're going to be just playing some video games. And bye.